Assalomu alaykum. Bugungi anjumanimiz ishtirokchilari, hurmatli mehmonlar, xonimlar va janoblar, hurmatli rais Duarte Pachoka janoblari, hurmatli bosh kotib Martin Chunkong janoblari, hurmatli spikerlar, parlament a'zolari. Sizlarni mehmondo'st o'zbek zaminida samimiy qutlashdan bag'oyat mamnunman. Jahon parlamentlari spiker ayollarining 14-sammitini ochish men uchun katta sharafdir. Hurmatli sammit ishtirokchilari, hozir men O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti Shavkat Mirziyoyev janobi oliylarining sammit ishtirokchilariga yo'llagan qutlov so'zini o'qib eshittirish uchun O'zbekiston Prezidenti administratsiyasi rahbari o'rinbosari, Prezident matbuot kotibi janob Sherzod Asadovga so'z bermoqchiman. Marhamat.
Участникам 14-го саммита женщин, руководителей парламентов стран мира. Уважаемый господин президент Межпарламентского союза, уважаемый господин генеральный секретарь, уважаемые спикеры национальных парламентов, главы делегаций, дамы и господа. Искренне рад приветствовать всех вас, участников 14-го саммита женщин, руководителей национальных парламентов стран мира, парламентское лидерство, предвидение рисков для лучшего обеспечения устойчивости и процветания. Особо признателен президенту Межпарламентского союза господину Дуарте Пачеко и генеральному секретарю этой авторитетной международной структуры господину Мартину Чунгонгу за поддержку и личное участие в работе настоящего форума. Встреча в таком формате впервые проводится в Республике Узбекистан. Рассматриваем это как признание международным сообществом результатов осуществляемых в нашей стране необратимых демократических преобразований, в том числе в области развития парламентаризма и гендерной политики. Саммит женщин-руководителей национальных парламентов, организуемый с 2005 года, стал важной и востребованной платформой межпарламентского взаимодействия, вносит существенный вклад в развитие демократических процессов и гражданского общества во всем мире. Повестка дня нынешнего форума актуальна и отражает рост статуса женщин в общественно-политической и социально-экономической жизни, их роли в решении важнейших задач на национальном и международном уровнях. Мы в Узбекистане твердо убеждены в том, что гендерное равенство является ключевым элементом развития общества и демократических институтов. Исходя из этого, создаем в стране необходимые условия для широкого и активного участия женщин в государственном управлении и общественной жизни, раскрытии их потенциала. Только за последние годы в Узбекистане принято более 40 нормативно-правовых актов по обеспечению прав, свобод и законных интересов женщин. Как результат, растет количество женщин, занимающих руководящие должности в системе государственного управления. Сегодня женщины в нашем парламенте составляют почти треть депутатского корпуса. Узбекистан укрепил свои позиции в рейтинге Межпарламентского союза «Женщины в политике» за 2021 год и вошел в группу стран мира, достигших успехов в этой сфере. Следует подчеркнуть, что за последние 5 лет в Узбекистане значительно расширились полномочия, повысились влияние и участие национального парламента в продвижении реформ и решении важнейших социально-экономических задач. Усилился парламентский контроль над деятельностью исполнительных органов. Введена практика назначения членов правительства после одобрения парламентом. Мы намерены и далее повышать роль законодательной власти в рамках предстоящей конституционной реформы. С удовлетворением отмечаем укрепляющиеся партнерские связи с Межпарламентским союзом. С учетом его рекомендаций в OLIY образованы и успешно функционируют парламентские комиссии по достижению цели устойчивого развития ООН, а также по соблюдению прав человека. Наши парламентарии активно участвуют в деятельности Союза, вносят вклад в развитие межпарламентского сотрудничества. Ярким примером стало совместное проведение в июне прошлого года в городе Бухаре Международного парламентского форума по целям устойчивого развития ООН. Мы заинтересованы в дальнейшем расширении плодотворного сотрудничества с Межпарламентским союзом по приоритетным направлениям. Уверен, что многоформатная площадка Межпарламентского союза будет способствовать нахождению эффективных решений по многим актуальным вопросам международной повестки. Желаю всем участникам саммита плодотворной работы и успехов. Шавкат Мирзиёев, президент Республики Узбекистан.
Katta rahmat Sherzod Ikromovich. Aziz sammit ishtirokchilari, ruxsatingiz bilan barchamizning nomimizdan hurmatli prezidentimiz Shavkat Miromonovich Mirziyoyevga mana shunday tabrik uchun samimiy minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Endi hurmatli sammit ishtirokchilari, men quyidagi kirish so'zi bilan sizlarga yuqori palataning rahbari sifatida barcha deputatlar nomidan sizlarga quyidagilarni ma'lum qilmoqchimanki, bugungi anjuman birinchi marotaba O'zbekistonda o'tkazilyapti va Butunjahon parlamentlari ayol rahbarlarining shu munosabat bilan mana shunday 14-sammitda ishtirok etayotganligi uchun samimiy, chin qalbimdan minnatdorlik bildirmoqchiman. Bugungi davramizda parlamentlar aro ittifoq raisi Duarte Pacheco janobi oliylarini hamda ushbu tashkilot bosh kotibi Martin Chunkok janob oliylarini ko'rib turganimizdan bag'oyat xursandmiz. Ularga sammitning tinchlik va do'stlik shahri Toshkentda o'tkazish tashabbusini qo'llab-quvvatlaganliklari uchun alohida minnatdorlik bildirmoqchiman. Xalqaro anjuman ishida ishtirok etayotgan hamkasblarimga, parlamentlar ayol rahbarlari va a'zolariga chuqur tashakkur izhor etaman. O'zbekistonga barchalaringiz xush kelibsiz. Hurmatli sammit ishtirokchilari, hozirgi zamonda parlamentarizm tobora rivoj topayotgan davrda dunyodagi nufuzli tashkilotlardan biri bo'lgan parlamentlar aro ittifoq dunyoda demokratik jarayonlarning rivojlanishiga, inson huquqlari va erkinliklarini ta'minlashga, tinchlik va xavfsizlikni mustahkamlashga o'zining munosib hissasini qo'shib kelmoqda. Ushbu xalqaro tuzilma xotin-qizlar huquqlari va imkoniyatlarini kengaytirish, gender tenglikni ta'minlash hamda milliy parlamentlarning mamlakatlarning barqaror rivojlanishini ta'minlashdagi o'rnini mustahkamlash hamda bu yo'lda yanada kuchli, inklyuziv bo'lishga xizmat qilmoqda. Parlamentlar aro ittifoqning 2017-2021 yillarga mo'ljallangan strategik rejasini amalga oshirish natijasida so'nggi 5 yil ichida dunyoda ayol parlamentariylar soni 23% dan 26% gacha o'sdi. Hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, so'nggi yillarda dunyoning deyarli barcha mamlakatlarida pandemiya tufayli savdo-iqtisodiy aloqalarning qisqarishi, ishlab chiqarish hajmlarining kamayishi, ishsizlik darajasi oshishi, ijtimoiy hayotning turli yo'nalishlaridagi xatarlarning ortishi kuzatilmoqda. Bugungi kunda har qachongidan ko'ra muhim ahamiyatga ega bo'lgan masala bu pandemiya oqibatida yuzaga kelgan inqirozdan keyingi iqtisodiyotning qayta tiklash jarayonini barqarorlashtirish, jadallashtirishda xalqaro hamjamiyat sa'y-harakatlarini birlashtirishdir. Shu ma'noda anjumanimiz kun tartibidagi barcha mavzular o'ta dolzarb, dunyo mamlakatlarining kelajak taqdiri uchun katta ahamiyatga ega ekanligiga alohida e'tiboringizni qaratmoqchiman. Nufuzli xalqaro tashkilotlarning ma'lumotlariga ko'ra, dunyoda pandemiya davrida aynan xotin-qizlar ko'proq aziyat chekkan. Jumladan, mehnat bozorida faoliyat yuritayotgan ayollarning 5% ishsiz qoldi. Oilalarda yuzaga kelgan murakkab vaziyat ortidan xotin-qizlarga nisbatan zo'ravonlik holatlari ko'paydi. Ularni ijtimoiy, iqtisodiy holati keskin yomonlashishi oqibatida jinoyatchilik hamda huquqbuzarliklar soni ortdi. Mana shunday og'ir bir sharoitda xalqaro hamjamiyatning birgalikdagi sa'y-harakatlari, bir-biriga xayrixohliklari natijasida vaziyat ancha bugungi kunda yaxshilandi. Biroq pandemiya hali davom etayotgan, uning asoratlari butkul barham topmagan bir sharoitda bu borada qo'shma loyihalarni amalga oshirish va qonunchilik, xalqaro standartlar va normalarni yanada takomillashtirish davr talabi bo'lib qolmoqda. Shundan kelib chiqqan holda bugungi tadbirimizda pandemiya oqibatida yuzaga kelgan jiddiy ijtimoiy va iqtisodiy inqirozlarni, xususan yangi xavf-xatarlarni bartaraf etish bo'yicha konstruktiv takliflar ishlab chiqish, ularni birgalikda amalga oshirish bo'yicha ta'sirchan chora-tadbirlarni belgilab olinishni oldimizga har birimiz hozir maqsad qilib qo'yganmiz. Tashkent sammitida Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti, Parlamentlar aro ittifoq, Yevropada xavfsizlik va hamkorlik tashkiloti, Parlament assambleyasi kabi xalqaro tashkilotlar rahbarlari 20 ga yaqin davlatdan 120 dan ortiq parlament vakillari ishtirok etishmoqda. Albatta, mana shunday yuqori nufuzga ega bo'lgan shaxslardan tarkib topgan delegatsiyalar anjumanimiz muvaffaqiyatini ta'minlashga xizmat qiladi. Hurmatli hamkasblar, barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlarining samarali amalga oshirilishini ta'minlashda parlament alohida o'rin tutishi zarur. Shu nuqtai nazardan biz joriy yilning 21-iyunida Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti Bosh Assambleyasi tomonidan yangidan qabul qilingan BMT parlamentlar va parlamentlar aro ittifoqning o'zaro hamkorligi to'g'risidagi rezolyutsiyasini bir ovozdan olqishlaymiz. Biz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti va parlamentlar aro ittifoq o'rtasidagi o'zaro yaqin hamkorlikni davom ettirish, jumladan barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlarining 3 tamoyili, ya'ni iqtisodiy, ijtimoiy va ekologik masalalar bo'yicha rezolyutsiyasida keltirilgan tavsiyalarni to'liq qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz. Ushbu hujjatlar davlat taraqqiyotining barcha masalalari va global muammolarini hal qilishda, gender tenglikka erishish va ayollar yetakchiligini ta'minlashda ustuvor ahamiyat kasb etadi. Hurmatli sammit ishtirokchilari, bugungi kun tartibidagi muhim vazifalarni xalqaro miqyosda muhokama qilish va aniq natijalarga erishishda parlamentlar aro ittifoq alohida o'rin tutadi. Tashkilot tomonidan so'nggi yillarda qator tashabbuslar bildirildi. Ularning aksariyati a'zo davlatlar tomonidan milliy parlamentni rivojlantirishda joriy etildi va joriy etilmoqda. Ishonamizki, parlamentlar aro ittifoqqa a'zo davlatlar parlamentlari ayol rahbarlarining bugungi sammiti ham bizning mana shu yo'nalishda olib borayotgan ishlarimizni yanada keng ko'lamda davom ettirishimiz uchun yangi imkoniyatlarni ochib beradi. Sammit yakunida qabul qilinadigan Tashkent deklaratsiyasi mamlakatimiz barqaror taraqqiyoti, xalqlarimiz farovonligini ta'minlash ishlariga ayollarni yanada kengroq safarbar etish yo'lidagi sa'y-harakatlarimizni samarali amalga oshirishimizga xizmat qiladi degan umiddamiz. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat. Endi hurmatli hamkasblar, men qutlov uchun so'zni parlamentlar aro ittifoq raisi janob Duarte Pachekaga so'z bermoqchiman. Marhamat, janob Pacheka.
Dear friends, Madam Chairperson of the Senate of Uzbekistan, Madam Speakers of Parliament, dear colleagues, dear friend representative of the President of Uzbekistan, it's an honor to have you here with all of us. Dear Secretary General, members of Parliament, it is my great pleasure as President of IPU to open the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. I will welcome you all to Uzbekistan and this beautiful city of Tashkent. I would like to say a special word to our host, the Senate of Uzbekistan, and especially the Speaker of the Senate of Uzbekistan. Because you, Madam Speaker, are really committed with this event, but all with the participation in IPU, to strengthen the links between your Parliament and IPU. And so it is a special pleasure for us to accept your invitation and to be here with you. It's something that just say a word. Thank you for all your commitment to the success of this meeting. Thank you, Madam. I needed to say also something that is very important to express: the relevance of gender participation in politics. One of the items of IPU is democracy for all. And dear friends, it is not possible to think a democracy for all if we forget half of the population. So, this is why IPU pay attention, a special attention to gender participation in politics. We should always involve women in politics, because this is the only way to have a more representative parliaments in our societies. And this way, to have a better link between the people we represent and the parliament itself. That's why it's easy to understand why IPU gives so many importance to the gender participation in politics and try organize this meeting. I believe that in future we will have more and more participation of women in politics. Yes, we did a lot during the last 40 years, but we have much more to do. We'll have much more to do, because in many countries we still don't have a real representation of women in our own parliaments. And so we need to be happy with the results that we achieve, but we need to be unhappy because we have a lot of things to change and to do to have a more representative parliament in our world. And so we will not give up. IPU will not give up. To organize forums like this one, to involve women in politics, because this is the way to give the floor to you, and special to share opportunities and ideas how it's possible to reinforce the participation of women in politics. And also, not just because it's essential to have one parliament that represents all the population, men and women, older and young people as well. But also because you always bring to politics one sensitive, completely different from the men. The issues are different. And I believe that so many conflicts that we have in our world will not happen if we have more women leaders in our world. So we needed to think about it. And to think that is a desire to achieve a real peace and a stronger world, that we need more women at the leadership in our own countries. But this is a special moment. It is a special moment because we are living one pandemic that affects all of us during 2 years. For the last 2 years, we suffered a lot. millions of citizens of our own countries died. Inequalities and poverty increased. And women and girls are on the group of people that suffer more with this pandemic. But also, you were at the front line at hospitals, caring illness people during this war against the small virus. So, the people that suffer so much need now attention. And we needed to share our own experiences. We needed to understand what we needed to change in our behavior, in our legislation, not to compensate, but to give the right place to women in politics and in our parliaments, and also in our countries as citizens. And so, this is why we are here, to share this kind of experience, to understand that women have a special role to achieve a world more safe, but also more green, because climate change is always affecting us. Yes, during the last years, 2 years, as we have a pandemic, we forget other problems of our world. Climate change, the poverty, the inequalities, many other conflicts, the inequalities between rich and poor, inside our societies, outside our societies. But now it's time to come back to these problems and to understand what we need to do to recover from all this time that we lost. That's why today's summit, dear colleagues, will give us a space to talk about this challenge. The first session of the summit is on addressing risks of the post-pandemic global recovery. Yes, we are talking about the recovery. And this is why we need to understand what some countries are doing well, and with humility to understand it's always possible to learn, to share experience, and to adopt to our own countries. And so we will address a lot of items during these 2 days of work. How to address resources, attention to the issue of sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls, for instance. One of the issues forgotten during these 2 years. How to advance a green economy and to protect environmental. How to prevent technical risks from the technologies that are bringing to all of us, especially during these times of pandemic. Because we understood that the technology has good things, yes. For instance, it allows us to meet during the 2 years in the virtual world, but there is also a lot of risks. And a lot of risks with the security, with the freedom of expression, with the privacy of so many people. And again, women and girls are a special group of risk. We need to understand how to protect you from these kind of risks. And again, how is possible to do better at gender-sensitive parliaments for sustainability and prosperity. Some issue that will be discussed tomorrow. Yes, we are now celebrating 10 years of the plan of action of gender-sensitive parliaments adopted 10 years ago. It's time to make one evaluation what we did, what changed, what we need to do different and better to have a more inclusive world and inclusive parliaments. And allow me to say, it will happen not just in this forum, but also to our assembly that will happen very soon in Kigali, in Rwanda. This is one of the most important issues that we will discuss there. And of course, I will invite you all to join us in Kigali, not just to discuss between yourselves, women, but also with men. Because this is essential involving men in this debate. Again, because we wish to have an inclusive society. Dear colleagues, dear speakers of Parliament, Madam Speaker, it's an honor to be here with all of you. But allow me to say, it will be 2 intensive days of work. But it's impossible to forget what happened outside. And outside, we still have not just recovery from a pandemic, economic problems, wars, but also attacks against politicians. And one of the most important issues of IPU is always the condemnation of any attack against a parliamentarian. Because when one of us is attacked, it's not just one person that is attacked. We'll be attacked, all the people we represent. That's why it's impossible not to condemn in a strong way the attack that happened against the President of the Senate of Argentina, Madam Cristina Kirchner, President of the Senate, Vice President of the Republic, and suffered one attack that tried to kill her last week. I believe that all of you join me at the condemnation of this attack. It's something that is not possible to accept, never, anywhere, against a parliamentarian, and especially against a woman Speaker of Parliament. And so, we need to condemn all these kind of attacks against people that are in politics. But now, what we need to do is work. Work to build a better world with the female sensitive how to address many of these issues. And I am here to learn with all of you. Thank you so much.
Katta rahmat janob Pacheka, juda ham mana mazmunli nutqingiz uchun. Siz hozir birinchi navbatda konferensiyamizni, mana shu sammitimizning mazmun mohiyatini ochib berdingiz, maqsadlarini ochib berdingiz va fursatdan foydalanib mana yillar davomida dunyo mamlakatlari parlamentlarini birlashtirgan parlament ittifoqining gender tenglik masalalariga, umuman inson huquqlarini ta'minlash masalalariga yuksak irodangiz uchun, xayrixohligingiz uchun barcha mana shu dugonalarim, ya'ni sammit ishtirokchilari bo'lgan parlament rahbarlari, ayol rahbarlari nomidan sizga samimiy minnatdorlik bildiraman. Aziz sammit ishtirokchilari, bizga faxriy mehmonlarimiz tomonidan ham samimiy qutlovlar yuborilgan. Eng avvalo mana hammamizga juda ham tanish bo'lgan, hammamizni hurmatimizni qozongan Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti bosh kotibining birinchi o'rinbosari Amina Muhammad xonim bizga video murojaat yo'llaganlar. Hozir hammamiz uni eshitamiz. Marhamat.
Distinguished Speakers of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to greet the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. I thank Uzbekistan and the Interparliamentary Union for this opportunity. We know that the role of women in decision-making positions is essential to inclusive and sustainable peace. I saw firsthand during my visit to Uzbekistan the importance the government attaches to gender equality and women in key positions, including in Parliament. Women in parliaments and you as speakers of parliaments play a crucial role in amplifying the cause of feminist and social justice movements and driving government action for structural changes that will ensure sustainable and prosperous societies for women and all people. Today, we face multiple threats to peace and security within a changing geopolitical landscape. From the climate crisis to economic downturns, global technology-related risks. Multidimensional risks require a different approach to development and peacemaking, with human rights, inclusion, and justice at the core. Despite women making up just 26% of national legislators worldwide, women leaders can make a significant impact in anticipating and addressing these risks. From New Zealand to Finland to Taiwan, research has shown that women leaders have used messages of compassion and social cohesion rather than fear to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Women leaders have led the way on climate action. This includes championing efforts to shift from fossil fuels to clean energy, addressing pollution and deforestation, while advancing circular economies focused on sustainability. The role of women parliamentarians is also critical for strengthening social protection systems to address entrenched social, political, and economic obstacles to gender equality. It can successfully address the root causes of vulnerability for diverse women and other marginalized groups. Today's diverse and compounding threats to peace and security require a very different approach to development and peacemaking that shifts social, political, and economic systems to advance women's participation, protection, and rights. Many challenges still exist for women politicians, with gender-based violence against women in politics being among the most serious issues for women's political rights today. Violence against women parliamentarians is a human rights violation, threatening women's participation globally. Parliaments should uphold standards and exemplify zero tolerance for gender-based violence. The United Nations is consistently supporting parliaments and other national stakeholders in developing and implementing targeted measures to overcome obstacles to women's participation and rights, and we are using our convening power to share good practices and offer concrete support. Dear friends, to conclude, I am pleased to note that Uzbekistan, as the host of this year's summit, has made significant progress towards achieving gender equality, promoting women's empowerment, and combating gender-based violence. This job, sadly, remains unfinished in all of our regions. To achieve a safe and equal world for every woman and girl, we need more women leaders. I commend this summit, and I wish you a productive meeting. Thank you.
Azizlar, men barchamizni nomimizdan Amina Muhammad xonimga samimiy minnatdorlik bildiraman. Mana shunday chiroyli tilaklari uchun, mazmunli nutqlari uchun. Azizlar, endi hozir biz 30 daqiqalik coffee breakga men tanaffus e'lon qilaman. Delegatsiya rahbarlarini esa umumiy rasmga tushish uchun Kongress holining kirish qismiga taklif qilaman. Hammalaringizga yaxshi vaqt o'tkazishingizni tilayman. Sog' bo'linglar.
signing the warrant. Where did you put the documents? Yoko, où sont les documents? Ah, ok. Tu as fini de compter? Tu as fini de compter? Tu as fini de compter? How can I?
اصفر ولا ابيض؟ لا انت عينك مع رئيسة بس ما هاي اثنينهم واضحين.
اي خلهم اثنينهم عقب انا.
اوكي عيل انا بايبهم لك فوق ولا بخليهم لك هني مع الرئيسة. لا
عندي افضل.
مع النظارة.
والله جدي böyle kam var. Ha yaxşıdır.
Aziz tadbir ishtirokchilari, ruxsatingiz bilan ishimizni davom ettiramiz. Hozir birinchi sessiyani boshlaymiz. Birinchi sessiyamizning mavzusi hammalaringizga tarqatilgan. Pandemiyadan keyingi global tiklanish xavfini bartaraf etish degan mavzu. Bu mavzu o'ta muhim mavzu. Barcha davlatlar uchun bugungi kunda ustuvorlik kasb etgan mavzu. Men ushbu sessiyada fikrlarni, mulohazalari bilan o'rtoqlashish uchun mana shu hamkasblarimiz mana bu yerga tashrif buyurishgan. Ularni qiziqarli fikrlarini, ma'ruzalarini eshitamiz. Men mana shu sessiyaga moderatorlik qilish uchun so'zni Kristin Mutanen xonimga bermoqchiman. Kristin Mutanen xonim Yevropada hamkorlik va xavfsizlik tashkiloti Parlament assambleyasining sobiq raisi, hozirda Central East Connect tashkilotining xalqaro eksperti va boshqaruvchi hamkori hisoblanadilar. Marhamat, Kristin Mutanen xonim, sizga boshqarish uchun so'z beraman. Marhamat.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor. Distinguished women speakers, ladies and gentlemen, after many years working in the Austrian Parliament as an MP and also working in the Council of Europe and the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, always fighting for gender equality, trying to enforce dialogue and integration, I'm really very pleased and honored to be your moderator for the upcoming sessions and debates. We just heard and we know democracy and gender equality go hand in hand. More gender equality, more democracy. Less gender equality, less democracy. That's why this meeting, this summit is so important. And I'm very thankful and grateful also for Uzbekistan to be here in this wonderful country. Thank you very much for having us here. This session of this 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament invites us to focus on addressing the risks of the post-pandemic global recovery. It offers us a platform and a very good opportunity to focus attention on the economic recovery. We look at it from the perspective of sustainable development rooted in justice, inclusion, and environmental protection. A special focus is on addressing vulnerabilities that hold sustainable development back. In particular, in the areas of work, of social protection, of sexual and reproductive rights, and a burning issue also, climate change. We will starting off the session with introductory remarks by distinguished guests who have valuable insights that can help frame our discussion. To start, I'm pleased to present a video message by Mr. Heinz Werner Koller. He is the International Labour Organization's Assistant Director General and Regional Director for the Office for Europe and Central Asia. Please, the video. Can we have the video, please?
Dear Mrs. Nabayeva, Chairwoman of the Senate of Uzbekistan, dear Mr. Pacheto, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, distinguished speakers and members of parliaments, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and pleasure to take the floor in this 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament on behalf of the ILO Director General Guy Ryder, who asked me to convey his best wishes. I'm also happy to congratulate you on the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. Such an approach is needed more than ever in our times of crisis that trigger uncertainties, instability, and risk of further deterioration of the global economy. Indeed, the COVID crisis has shown the need for stronger leadership and the involvement of women to ensure inclusive and sustainable decisions, properly anticipating potential risks, and to be better prepared to tackle future crises. Moreover, the pandemic has exacerbated existing gaps, especially growing inequalities within and across countries, including with respect to gender. Needless to remind us all how much remains to be done to achieve full equal treatment for women. Many unresolved issues explain why women continue to be missing in decision-making positions. I think of stubborn discrimination and persistent gender gaps in employment. For instance, only 25.3% in labor force participation and the gender pay gap at about 20%. I also think of the number of women in high-risk sectors of the economy, such as the health and care sector, where they account for 67% of care workers, but are earning on average 24% less than men. They are overrepresented in unpaid care work and in the informal economy with limited or no access to social protection. And I do not forget the violence and harassment at home, in the workplace and in society at large. The COVID-related lockdowns exacerbated such trends further. In 2020, 3.6% women's jobs disappeared, and in 2021, there were still 20 million fewer women than before in employment. Undoubtedly, your joint efforts can be a real driving force to improve and change the life of millions of people. In the ILO, for instance, we know by experience the crucial role played by Mrs. Narbayeva as a woman leader to make things change rapidly in Uzbekistan, in particular the eradication of child labor and forced labor of mainly women in the cotton sector. Therefore, your action as women speakers of parliaments is crucial for a fair and sustainable recovery, especially when it comes to promoting and implementing what the ILO calls a human-centered approach for the future of work and an inclusive global recovery. If I may, I see three specific areas where your action might be critical. First, the need for more investment in the care economy in a way that promotes gender equality. Providing access to quality care not only lessens the unpaid care burden of women, but also supports women's labor market participation. Second, promoting stronger policies to fight discrimination, in particular the gender pay gap, but also violence and harassment. The ILO calls on you to promote and to approve in your respective parliaments the ratification of the latest ILO Convention number 190 to eradicate all violence and harassment at work. Finally, women would benefit most from global action to extend universal social protection to the 53% of working people who have none. Here again, your action is key to support, for instance, the UN Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection. I wish you fruitful discussions at Women Leaders, and thank you very much for your attention.
A big thank to Mr. Koller for this interesting, informative and very comprehensive message. Now we would like to connect to Ms. Aida Kurmanova, Head of the Central Asia Office of the United Nations Environmental Programme, who has joined us or who will join us online to give us her remarks. So, we will try to establish a connection. If this is not possible, we move on and we will try to connect later on. Now, let's dive into the debate. We had these comprehensive messages, the speeches before, and now we dive in and the debate and also into sharing your experiences. I think this is a very important point to learn from each other. I invite you to discuss the following questions. What are the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic? How can we build a more economic resilience? How can we achieve a social and solidarity economy that reduces inequality and vulnerabilities? What measures are needed to reduce girls' and women's vulnerabilities? Do we include the area of sexual and reproductive health and rights? Let us talk about combating climate change and economic recovery. Does this go hand in hand? What can we do? What good practices from the economic recovery efforts in your countries, in your respective countries, can you share, learn from and promote? To discuss these topics, I am pleased to have with us the following speakers of parliament. Ms. Galina Karelova, Deputy Speaker of the Federal Council of the Russian Federation. Ms. Wazir Zeynal, Speaker of the Council of Representatives from the Kingdom of Bahrain. Ms. Zahiba Gafarova, Speaker of the Millis Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Ms. Eliane Thieu, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Belgium. Ms. Sharim Shirin Chaudhary, Speaker of Parliament from Bangladesh, and Ms. Gulshat Mamedova, Chairperson of the Mejlis of Milli Ganesh from Turkmenistan. Let me start with our first speaker, Ms. Karelova from the Russian Federation. Please, the floor is yours.
Благодарю, госпожа модератор, уважаемая госпожа Нарбаева, уважаемый господин Пашеку, уважаемый господин Чунгун, уважаемые коллеги. Прежде всего, разрешите приветствовать всех участников саммита от имени председателя Совета Федерации Валентины Матвиенко и поблагодарить председателя Сената Олимежлиса Республики Узбекистан Танзилу Камаловну, весь узбекский народ за гостеприимство. Наши страны связывает не только общая история, но и взаимовыгодное сотрудничество. Парламентарии вносят в его развитие большой вклад. Коллеги, проблема, которая вынесена на обсуждение сегодня, имеет особую важность в связи с тем, что пандемия в мировом масштабе не закончилась, и противостоять вызовам, имеющим глобальный охват, можно только усилиями всего мирового сообщества. Россия выступает за международное сотрудничество. В качестве единственного эффективного пути по преодолению глобальных трудностей. Распространение коронавируса стало тестом на прочность для всех государств мира. Россия, так же, как и другие страны, извлекла из этого важные уроки. В таких условиях потребовались оперативные и системные меры социальной поддержки, сохранение финансовой устойчивости семей, экономики, здравоохранения. Новые ковидные условия подтолкнули всю социальную сферу к масштабной перестройке, внедрению новых, в том числе дистанционных форматов и технологий, особенно в сфере занятости и образования. В итоге для женщин открылись новые окна возможностей, например, для молодых мам, находящихся в отпуске по уходу за ребенком. В целом меры социальной поддержки в стране стали более проактивными и адресными. Это касается и создания целостной системы поддержки семей с детьми от рождения ребенка до 18 лет. Мощный импульс развития получила цифровизация социального пространства. Внедрена технология социального казначейства, в рамках которой все выплаты можно получить в одном окне. Важно отметить и новые подходы к поддержке бизнеса, особенно женщин-предпринимателей. Подчеркну, что они проявили высокую адаптивность в новых условиях. В результате индекс женской предпринимательской активности за прошлый год вырос на 10%. Для поддержки предпринимателей были оперативно введены программы льготного кредитования, финансовые инструменты. По инициативе Совета Федерации законодательно снижено административное давление на бизнес. В настоящее время мы ставим задачу поддержки экспортного потенциала проектов женщин-предпринимателей, содействия их международной кооперации. Важно, что вопросы преодоления пандемии занимают ключевое место в международной повестке. Саммит женщин-председателей парламентов внес значимый вклад в укрепление сотрудничества между женщинами. Большую работу в этом отношении мы проводим и в рамках Евразийского женского форума. Приглашаем активнее использовать наших коллег, его площадку и впредь, и электронные ресурсы для обмена опытом. Убеждена, что это послужит широкому развитию социальных инициатив и международному сотрудничеству в социальной сфере. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much for your contribution and highlighting some of the very important issues. We will go into depth later on. Ms. Zainal from the Kingdom of Bahrain, the floor is now yours. Please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على خير المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إنه لمن دواعي السرور أن نكون هنا اليوم وضمن هذا الاجتماع البرلماني المرموق لتسليط الضوء على المخاطر المرتبطة بالتعافي العالمي بعد جائحة كورونا، شاكرة ومقدرة للأصدقاء بجمهورية أوزبكستان الصديقة على كرم الوفادة وحسن الاستقبال منذ وطأت أقدامنا أرض وطنهم الكريم المضياف متمنية لهم دوام الازدهار والرقي. سيداتي والسادة، الأخوة والأخوات الزملاء، إن مؤتمرنا هذا ينعقد بعد ظروف استثنائية مر بها العالم خلال السنوات الثلاث الماضية، حيث شهدنا تفشي جائحة كورونا كوفيد-19 التي شكلت تحدياً غير مسبوق للبشرية، الأمر الذي يتطلب منا كبرلمانيين أن نسجل وقفة فاعلة ونشرف بها على التحديات التي تواجه المجتمع الدولي برؤية موحدة وجهد متقدم، وأن نبادر بالحلول التي تحقق التعافي المستدام من آثار الجائحة التي ألقت بظلالها على كافة القطاعات وأضرت بالشعوب والمجتمعات وخلفت ضغوطات اقتصادية غير مسبوقة. ولا شك أن تجاوز الأزمة والتعافي منها يتحقق عبر تطوير ودعم نظام عالمي متعدد الأطراف تقوده منظمة الأمم المتحدة، وأن يكون للبرلمانات الشراكة المفصلية في السعي لتطوير علاقات التعاون بينها وبين المنظمة ووكالاتها المختلفة وممثليها المقيمين. وأجد لزاما على البرلمانات أن تبادر من جانبها عبر أدواتها التشريعية والرقابية متابعة أداء الحكومات في التصدي للجائحة وإجراءات التعافي منها، والتأكد من توائم ذلك مع المبادئ الديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان، وبما يوفر حياة أفضل للشعوب عبر تطبيق الجاد لأهداف التنمية المستدامة. سيداتي والسادة، إن لقاءنا يمثل فرصة مواتية لتبادل الخبرات المثمرة، إذ إننا في مملكة البحرين سجلنا تجربة نوعية متميزة خلال الفترة الماضية، وذلك تطبيقا للرؤى الدقيقة من قبل القيادة الحكيمة لحضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة عاهل البلاد المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه، وبعمل مدروس ومحكم سخرت من أجل جهود فريق البحرين بقيادة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله، حيث اتخذنا خطوات سباقة منذ بداية تفشي الوباء لحماية صحة وسلامة المواطنين والمقيمين، ارتكازا على قاعدة متينة من التعاون الوثيق بين السلطتين التشريعية والتنفيذية في إطار يعزز من حقوق الإنسان والحريات العامة، فتحققت بذلك نتائج مثمرة في التصدي للوباء وتطويق تداعياته على مختلف المستويات، وتوفير العلاج واللقاح للمواطنين والمقيمين مجانا على حد سواء، وإحداث استقرار مدروس للقطاعات الاقتصادية والتجارية، وإنفاذ إجراءات ضمنت انسيابية مواصلة العمل في كافة مناحي الحياة. وإننا على استعداد دائم للانفتاح على آفاق من التعاون مع البرلمانات الصديقة لاستعراض تجربتنا التي نضعها على طاولة الحوار، لا بغرض الاستعراض بل من أجل تبادل الخبرات وبما يمكننا من بلوغ الغايات المرجوة. ختاما، يجدر التأكيد على الواقع الراهن يكشف عن تحديات حساسة لا تقل خطورة عن جائحة كورونا بل تفوقها، كتحديات التغيرات المناخية والندرة الغذاء والماء ومكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف والنزاعات، وإن دور البرلمانات في كل ذلك يحتل أهمية بالغة للتصدي لها، خاصة مع الإدراك الراسخ من أن مستقبل الإنسانية غير قابل للتجزئة، ويستلزم التضافر والتعاون المتنامي سعيا لتحقيق مستقبل أفضل للجميع. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Very important issues raised. Now we go on to Azerbaijan. I call on Ms. Gafarova from Azerbaijan. Please, the floor is yours for your contribution.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mutanen. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan, I wish to cordially greet all parliamentary delegations attending the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. And I would like to express my gratitude to the Chair of the Senate of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Ms. Tanzila Narbayeva, and President of the Interparliamentary Union, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, for organizing this important event. Today, we women speakers of parliaments have the opportunity to discuss the issues of global concern. Honorable colleagues, it is known that COVID-19 had a devastating impact on the world community in all respects. It exposes serious shortcomings in terms of social justice, equal economic opportunities, and gender equality. COVID-19 has also negatively impacted the achievements of our societies. However, despite the negative effects, COVID-19 also gave us a chance to see, to learn from our mistakes and correct them. Today, the global community slowly entered the post-pandemic recovery period. This is the very moment when we have to act firmly and immediately. Without falling into the trap of unconditional economic recovery, we need to strengthen the mechanisms that will deliver socially inclusive economy based on equal rights, opportunities, and protection. I strongly believe that being a bridge between the governments and societies, parliaments have an important role to play in this context. It is not only about holding the governments accountable, but rather working together hand in hand for the common goal and acting as a focal point of concerted efforts of elected representatives, government, and civil society. Distinguished colleagues, I believe that one of the important lessons that COVID-19 taught us is the significance of identifying risks preemptively and working on them. Thus, climate change has already been turning into one of the most acute challenges of our time, and we have to deal with it now. Another demand of today is the wide use of green technologies, and we should act adequately. It should be taken into consideration that the use of green technologies will provide environmental protection and create new perspectives. No doubt, it will have a positive effect on all dimensions of sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 taught us another valuable lesson. Global challenges require global solutions, and collective efforts and joint actions are of utmost importance. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recall the initiatives of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, as the chairman of the non-aligned movement, aimed at addressing the negative consequences of the pandemic, as well as the post-pandemic global recovery. Initiatives such as ensuring equitable, affordable, timely, and universal access for all countries to vaccines, establishing the United Nations High-Level Panel on Global Recovery from COVID-19 were intended to strengthen international solidarity and cooperation in the fight against the pandemic. They received broad recognition and support. Azerbaijan acknowledged the importance of interparliamentary cooperation on a global scale. As the chair of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan put forward the initiative to develop parliamentary dimension of the movement. Thus, the Parliamentary Network of the NAM was inaugurated in Madrid in November 2021. The Parliamentary Network is ready to contribute to common goals and is going to actively engage with other parliamentary organizations, first and foremost with the Interparliamentary Union, in finding solutions for the issues of global concern. As the chair of the network, I underlined this position at the Baku conference of the network in June this year. Distinguished colleagues, it is undeniable that without peace and security, it is impossible to speak about sustainable development and prosperity. Unfortunately, many countries have experienced it. We in Azerbaijan know this harsh reality very well. 20% of Azerbaijan's internationally recognized territories were held under occupation by our neighbor Armenia for 30 years. All our cities and villages, historical, cultural, and religious sites were destroyed in these territories. About 1 million of our compatriots became refugees and IDPs, and 52% of them were women. After liberating its territories from Armenian occupation in 2020, Azerbaijan has started the large-scale restoration and reconstruction works in these territories. Liberated territories are declared a green energy zone. Smart cities and smart villages are being built. It is in line with the above-mentioned comment on the use of green technologies. However, a large number of mines planted by Armenia in these territories is a serious impediment to the process. Today, the lives of our returning IDPs, including women and children, are under serious threat. In the case of Azerbaijan, as in the case of many other conflict-affected countries, the problem of mines, being a humanitarian issue, represents a serious challenge to the efforts of economic recovery and sustainable development. And I strongly believe our interparliamentary dialogue should also focus on these issues. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your important words. We go on and continue with the next speaker, and now I welcome Ms. Tillieu from Belgium. Please, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, nous vivons un moment décisif. Depuis plusieurs années maintenant, nous sommes confrontés à différentes crises qui se chevauchent et dont les conséquences combinées sont graves pour la communauté internationale. En premier lieu, cette pandémie de la Covid-19. L'impact du virus sur les populations du monde entier a été dramatique. Au 1er septembre 2022, quel est l'état de la situation? La Covid-19 a infecté plus de 603 millions de personnes dans le monde et près de 6,5 millions de décès peuvent être directement attribués à la Covid-19. La propagation du virus, avec l'émergence régulière de nouveaux variants, continue encore aujourd'hui à faire des victimes. Aussi, il importe de continuer à poursuivre nos efforts en vue d'augmenter la couverture vaccinale dans le monde et renforcer la résilience des populations face à cette crise sanitaire sans précédent. La Chambre des représentants de Belgique a, à cet égard, adopté en septembre 2019 une résolution. Cette résolution vise à faire du vaccin contre la Covid-19 un bien de santé publique mondiale, accessible financièrement à tous. Et plus récemment, en mars dernier, le Parlement belge a adopté une résolution ayant pour but de soutenir un mécanisme multilatéral de renforcement et de financement d'une protection sociale universelle tel que l'accélérateur mondial pour l'emploi et la protection sociale des Nations Unies. En seconde place, la guerre en Ukraine, qui représente la plus grave crise de sécurité en Europe depuis la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Car si de nombreux conflits armés existent à travers le monde, la récente guerre en Ukraine a provoqué une onde de choc sans précédent dans le monde entier. Aujourd'hui, même le risque d'une catastrophe nucléaire ne peut être exclu. Nos pensées vont bien sûr aux victimes, à leurs familles, ainsi qu'aux millions de réfugiés qui ont dû fuir l'Ukraine. Mais il s'avère que cette guerre en Ukraine a eu très rapidement des conséquences économiques dans le monde entier. Pensons à l'augmentation du prix de l'énergie et des denrées alimentaires. Enfin, l'inflation revient au centre des préoccupations de nombreux pays à travers le monde, puisqu'elle pourrait engendrer une généralisation de l'insécurité alimentaire, des troubles sociaux et encore aggraver les inégalités sociales à travers le monde. Toutes ces crises représentent autant de freins pour la reprise économique mondiale après le Covid. Et pourtant, nous avons l'obligation, pour reprendre une expression consacrée, de reconstruire en mieux. La pandémie a mis en évidence plusieurs vulnérabilités majeures de nos sociétés et nos modèles économiques de développement. Il importe pour nous d'éviter les erreurs du passé. Il s'agira donc d'induire des changements systémiques en matière d'investissement, mais aussi de comportement pour accroître la résilience de nos sociétés aux chocs actuels et futurs. Aussi, la reprise post-Covid devra être forte, inclusive, verte et résiliente, en prenant systématiquement en compte les inégalités entre les sexes. Je ne peux ici aborder toutes les dimensions, mais permettez-moi d'insister sur la dimension verte de la reprise. Les conclusions alarmantes du récent rapport du GIEC, le groupe d'experts intergouvernemental sur l'évolution du climat, ne laissent aucun doute sur la nécessité d'un changement radical de paradigme. Le changement climatique constitue une menace mondiale qui entraînera des conséquences bien plus graves encore que celles de la crise sanitaire ou de la guerre. Chacun d'entre nous a pu constater cet été une hausse des phénomènes météorologiques extrêmes, les vagues de chaleur, les sécheresses, en particulier aux États-Unis, les inondations, je pense au Pakistan. Alors que la communauté internationale concentre ses efforts pour continuer d'endiguer la pandémie et mettre fin à la guerre en Ukraine, la lutte contre le changement climatique doit intégrer l'ensemble des politiques et de manière prioritaire. Nos pays devront profiter de la reprise pour évoluer vers une économie plus verte, tendre vers leurs objectifs climatiques de l'accord de Paris et de l'agenda 2030. À cet égard, je voudrais rappeler que l'Union européenne s'est dotée d'un important plan de relance et de résilience. Dans le cadre de ce plan européen, les États membres de l'Union européenne ont l'opportunité de bénéficier de subsides d'une part et d'obtenir des prêts à des taux avantageux. Ces aides sont accordées en vue de reconstruire une Europe plus verte, plus numérique, plus résiliente. Mon pays, la Belgique, a remis fin avril de l'année dernière à la Commission européenne son plan national pour la reprise et la résilience pour accélérer la transition de la Belgique vers une croissance plus durable, résiliente et inclusive. Ce sont près de 6 milliards d'euros qui devraient être injectés sous la forme de subsides européens dans l'économie belge. La transition vers une économie décarbonée, durable et résiliente face au changement climatique sera au cœur de ce plan, puisque près de la moitié des dépenses contribueront à cet objectif. Chers collègues, nous devons aussi prendre nos responsabilités, devenir des acteurs clés de ce changement. Non seulement il faut que nous assurions que les mesures et priorités budgétaires de nos gouvernements respectifs soient en phase avec les objectifs de cette relance verte et durable, mais nous devons aussi veiller à ce que tout l'arsenal juridique que nos parlements adopteront veille à minimiser les impacts sur le changement climatique et à réduire les inégalités socio-économiques. Nous pourrons influencer la prise de décision en faveur de mesures vertes et durables lors de nos débats parlementaires. Nos institutions démocratiques ont un rôle d'exemplarité à jouer, y compris dans la manière dont ils fonctionnent au quotidien. Il est dès lors crucial que nous fonctionnions aussi à ce niveau. J'ai, au cours de mon mandat à la présidence, mis l'accent sur l'importance d'une Chambre des représentants plus durable. J'ai dès lors fait adopter, le 31 mars de l'année dernière, un plan d'action durabilité, des investissements pour économiser l'énergie, tels que l'isolation de la toiture du Parlement, la pose de panneaux photovoltaïques, mais aussi la question du recyclage de ce papier très important que l'on utilise, la verdurisation des espaces, la promotion de la mobilité douce, des circuits courts également, et bien entendu des actions qui visent à réduire notre consommation énergétique. Ce plan comporte pas moins de 87 mesures très concrètes qui devront permettre à la Chambre des représentants d'être en phase avec les objectifs climatiques que notre pays poursuit. Chers collègues, Je voudrais rapidement conclure en disant simplement que le monde de demain commence déjà aujourd'hui. Les multiples crises que j'ai citées sont autant de rappels à notre obligation collective d'agir, de coopérer ensemble. C'est notre seul espoir de créer un avenir plus juste et plus résilient. Je voudrais en profiter pour remercier tout particulièrement nos hôtes ouzbeks pour leur accueil, leur hospitalité, en particulier notre collègue présidente, Madame Tanzila Narbaeva, mais aussi l'UIP, bien sûr, pour l'organisation de ce 14e sommet des présidentes de Parlement. Merci à vous tous pour votre écoute attentive.
Thank you very much, also highlighting these important issues. I think we all know, and I think the sentence, the world of tomorrow is already today. We have to find ways to protect our world, and that's why we are here to exchange. Thank you very much. The next speaker I'm pleased to announce is Ms. Jodhari from Bangladesh. May I invite you for your contribution, please?
Thank you, Moderator Christine Mutan. Excellencies, Honorable Speakers, Members of Parliament, dear participants. It is indeed a distinct pleasure for me to represent Bangladesh Parliament in this very important 14th Summit of Women Speakers in the beautiful city of Tashkent in Uzbekistan. I congratulate IPU and Chairwoman of Senate of Uzbekistan, Her Excellency Tanzila Narbaeva, for the warm welcome accorded to us and also for organizing this summit in Tashkent. The topic of the discussion, addressing the risks of the post-pandemic global recovery, is extremely relevant in the present global context of economic recession, inflation, and conflict all around us. COVID-19 has brought about unprecedented miseries and disruption in the economic order and lives of the people throughout the globe. Post-COVID-19 phenomena has radically changed the world, particularly posing deep economic challenges. Economic recovery is therefore central. Along with challenges, it has also given us an opportunity to build back better, resilient, stronger, inclusive, equitable, and greener societies. As we all know, healthcare, education, food security, and other important components and challenges are interlinked with economic expansion, and that is why it is important to have a broader plan for economic expansion in ensuring economic recovery. In doing so, we need to focus on certain issues. First, increasing investment in certain sectors through reprioritization, injecting incentive stimulus packages to allow industries to run and businesses to flourish again, attracting foreign direct investment, increasing revenue collection, reduction of cost in different sectors. While prioritizing local economic recovery, global scenario must be borne in mind, as global supply chains do have an impact on countries' economy. The high price of oil in certain countries may have an impact in many other countries' energy generation sector and thus on its economy. Equitable economic recovery post-COVID must be society's priority, and there was a study done by Brookings Research which showed that post-COVID confronts us with deep policy problems. It is important to revise the existing micro-level policy framework, and in doing so, following issues must be considered. It is important to assess and evaluate how specific groups were affected by pandemic groups of different income level, and how they endured and whether government's response was adequate or fell short. In Building Back Better initiative and inclusive economic recovery, it is important to note group-specific economic experiences must be taken into account. Not only focus on broader economy, but life experiences of marginalized groups, ultra-poor, socioeconomic and demographic groups, and regional disparity and inequity must be evaluated. Social safety net protection and food security support is absolutely crucial. Cash transfer programs can be expanded and adopted so that ultra-poor do not fall out of the net. Promoting export is another important initiative. Extensive incentive was given to support farmers, agriculture sector, small and medium entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, ready-made garment sectors for laborers' protection in Bangladesh during the post-COVID-19 time. In Bangladesh, 20 million special cards are being given to lower-income families to purchase food at a lower cost. This covers about 40 million poor people with food security. Emphasizing on economic growth that creates employment is important. Employment generating growth, ensuring inclusive societies for the welfare of all. Women economic empowerment and gender equality. They are the most hard-hit segment of society facing the brunt of COVID-19. Skill development, equal wages, ICT training, supporting small and medium entrepreneurs through cash incentives, collateral-free loan and grant are important. Taking account of unpaid care economy is important. Enhancing access to labor market for women. Women and adolescent girls' mental health must be given special attention. Protection measures for violence against women must be ensured and stepped up. Parliament's centerpiece of democracy must play a vigilant role in ensuring transparency and accountability in implementation of policies. Parliaments must put in place appropriate legislative framework to remove disparity and discrimination towards women to ensure gender equality. Let us work together to build a better, greener, environment-friendly, sustainable and equitable world. I firmly believe that the platform of Women Speaker is a powerful space that can initiate innovative responses to the crisis in hand. The women speakers must therefore keep advocating and continue leading in ensuring gender equality and women holistic empowerment. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I next invite Ms. Mamedova from Turkmenistan. Please, the floor is yours.
Hurmatly Parliamentary Birleşiginin prezidenti Duarta Paçeka, hurmatly Tanzila Kamalovna. Sözümün başına Zenan spikerlerin 14-nji sammitine gatnaşmaga çakylygy üçin Özbekistan Respublikasynyň parlamentine we Parliamentary Birleşigine çuňur minnetdarlygymy bildirýärin. Hurmatly sammite gatnaşçylar, bu sammit ýurtlaryň ykdysady durnukylygyny, ekologiýa badançylygyny gazanmak, ilata amatly durmuş şertlerini üpçün etmek ýaly meselelerde parlamentlaryň mümkinçilikleri barada pikir alışmaga gönükdirilipdir. Türkmenistan geçen yılların dowamında tutuş dünya jemgyýetçiligi bilen bilelikde pandemiýaga karşı görüşmek, saglyk ulgamynyň işini hassa kämilleşdirmek, şol bir wagtda durmuş ykdysady görkezleriň ösüş etkenine saklap kalmak, ilatyň durmuş goruglygyny berkitmek uğruna ulgamlaýan işleri durmuşa geçirdi. Hormatly prezidentimiz Serdar Berdimuhammedowyň ýol başçylygyna Türkmenistan dialog parahatçylygyň kepiller diýen filosofiýany öňe sürmek bilen Birleşen Milletler Guramasynyň baş assambleýasy tarapyndan Merkezi Aziýany parahatçylygyň ynanşmagyň we hyzmatdaşlygyň zorlugy diýip yglan edýän rezolýusiýanyň ähmiýetini aýratyn noktaýar. Şunuň bilen baglykda ýurdumyz energiya serişdelerinin el yeterli bolmağını üpçün etmek, üsaşır multimodal durnuqulluğu ulgamını emele getirmek, azık hoopsuzluğunu kazanmak, siyahatçılık ösürmäge dögrabap şertler döretmek, meden insanperwer uğurlarda gatnaşyklar işçiňlerçitirmek boýunça işleri alyp barýar. Hormatly maslahata gatnaşçylar, daşky urşawy goramak, tebii baýlyklardan we suw serişdelerinden aýagly peýdalanmak, howanyň üýtgemegine we çölleşmäge garşy görüşmek şunyň derwäý meseleleri bolup durýar. Türkmenistan bu babatda toplumlaryň işleri durmuşa geçirýär. Ýurdumyz her ýylla milyonlarça düýp agatys nahallaryny oturtmak, Aral deňiziniň ziýanly täsirini azaltmak, ýaşyl ykdysadyýety ösdürmek, tebii baýlyklary we suw rejeli peýdalanmak, milli kanunçylygy kämilleşdirmek bilen ýaşyl gün tertibi boýunça geçirilen iri halkara maslahatlaryna oňyň başlangyçlar bilen çykyş edýär. Gadyrly kardeşler, Türkmenistan parahatçylygy we howpsuzlygy pogtalandyrmakda parlament diplomatiýasynyň gurallarynyň ulanylmagyna, şol sanyna zenan parlamentariýalaryň ornuny ýokarlandyrmaga möhüm ähmiýet berýär. Türkmenistan gender deňliginiň üpçün edilmegi bilen bagly ençeme halkara resmi namalaryna goşuldy we özüniň milli kanunçylygyny, onuň hukuk kadalaryna we ýörelgelerini laýyk kämilleşdirdi. Aýallaryň we erkekleriň deň hukuklarynyň we deň mümkinçilikleriniň üpçün edilmeginiň döwlet kepillikleri hakynda Türkmenistanyň kanuny hemde Türkmenistanyň gender deňligi boýunça hereketleriň milli meýilnamasy denanlaryň we erkekleriň deň hukuklarynyň we deň mümkinçilikleriniň üpçün edilmegine oňyň täsir edýär. Şu ýyl Türkmenistanyň Merkezi Aziýa ýurtlarynyň denanlarynyň dialogyna başlyklyk etmeginiň çäklerini gender deňligini üpçün etmek, denanlaryň durly urlarda işlere gatnaşygyny işçiňleşdirmek, olaryň durmuş goraglygyny kämilleşdirmek bilen bagly maslahatlar geçirildi. Hormatly maslahata gatnaşçylar, biz parlamentary bileleşiginiň parlamentler we Birleşen Milletler Guramasy bilen döwrümiziň global meseleleriniň oňyn çözgütlerini tapmak babatda guraýan çärelerini doly gollaýarys. Şunun bilen baglykda Türkmenistanyň milli parlamenti parahatçylyk we howpsuzlygy üpçün etmek, durnukly ösüş maksatlaryna ýetmek babatda iki taraplaryň we köp taraplaryň hyzmatdaşlyk gatnaşyklaryna mydama taýardygyny ma'lum edýär. Gadyrly dostlar, men sözümiň ahyryna sammitiň netijeligini anan bildirmek bilen oňa gatnaşçylara bir jan saglygyny we jogapkärlik wezipelerini ulusynlykleri arzu edýär. Dinläniňiz üçin köp sag bolun.
Thank you very much for these very important points. We heard a big variety of important issues that have been raised. Many, and maybe we can say even most of them, are global issues. So this was said that the important thing is, and for global issues we only can solve them together. Global action is needed for global challenges with a common goal. So this is a very important issue, I think, and that's why we are here together to discuss that. Also, it was said how important the cooperation between civil society and the legislation is, but then, of course, again, with the executive. Investment in certain areas is very important. Now, my question is, which areas, if you can choose, and if you just can decide for yourself, where would you start? So I would like to ask here the plenum, where would you start? There are so many issues, so how to begin? I know all those examples which were mentioned have to be tackled together, but where to start? So if there are comments on the plenum, on the plenary here, Please, if you like to answer or give some other comment to the speeches before.
Да. Уважаемая госпожа спикер, если позволите, несколько слов в части ответа на ваш вопрос. Конечно, хочется сказать, что надо начинать сразу по всем сегментам работать. Это очевидно, но если выделять из всех проблем, которые стоят перед каждой из стран, на мой взгляд, надо уделять особое внимание модернизации здравоохранения, модернизации прежде всего инфекционной службы. И в данном случае обмен опытом, каким образом это происходит. Мы же видим, насколько трудно гражданское общество включалось поначалу, особенно выполнять ограничительные меры. Поэтому нужна и просветительская, информационная работа в этом отношении. Но уже простыми путями, к которым мы привыкли, эту задачу не решить. Поэтому нужна новая парадигма профилактики, новая парадигма реабилитации тех, кто переболел ковидом. И в этом отношении Россия и женское сообщество России делает очень многое в этом отношении. Мы предлагаем на всех возможных дискуссионных площадках, презентационных площадках обменяться опытом. Это нужно каждому человеку на планете. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. We have another comment, please.
Yes, if you allow me. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حببت أيضا أن أضيف على ما تفضلت به زميلتي وبكل الكلمات التي ألقيت صباح هذا اليوم بأننا لن نستطيع أن نواجه أي تحدي من التحديات التي تواجه الإنسانية بأجمعها دون أن يكون أيدينا بأيدي بعض. نتعامل مع هذه التحديات لتحويلها إلى إمكانيات، فبالتالي نستطيع أن نواجهها في هذا الموضوع.
Just a minute, the interpretation doesn't work. So, can we have another go? It didn't work. The translation didn't work. Yes, we try again, please.
نعم، كنت أقول وسأعيد ما قلته. هل هناك ترجمة؟
No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not available
إذن
now.
سأحتفظ بالكلام ونتحدث به لاحقا إن شاء الله.
Maybe,
شكرا.
excuse me, maybe we can put you a little later. Yes? Thank you. Are there other comments? So we said, we heard the public awareness is very important, and of course investment in health care, and something that was mentioned before also was vaccinations available for all. I think this is also a very important issue which we have to tackle with. What about the vulnerability of the groups? It was said that some groups are more vulnerable. Yes, please.
Thank you, moderator. We need to actually assess and evaluate how the COVID-19 has affected the lives of the people in different ways. And in doing that, what surfaces is that in any crisis, women and girls suffer the most. They are the hard-hit ones, and particularly those who are ultra-poor segment of the society, having less access to amenities in general, they fall prey to this kind of critical situation. So I think it's important to take account and consider the plight of the segment of the disadvantaged population based on demography, based on the regional disparity and gender, of course. So these are the markers, the flagships that we can sort of take account of in trying to assess and reprioritize our economic packages. Those who are hard hit by retrenchment or loss of employment, these are the new phenomena which the COVID-19 has posed. So those people need to be brought within the social protection net. If there is existing social protection net, I think it needs to be revised to see who are being now deprived and suffering, and then the new economic packages and policies can be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So social protection and the revision of social protection is very important. And as you said, women and of course girls are very vulnerable. So the question also is, what about education and girls? Because we know that the vulnerable group, one of the most vulnerable groups are girls, and they didn't have the possibility to go in school. They were excluded from education. Is this going to be a fallback, a relapse in some countries for the next years? Is this going to be a danger for the girls? I would like very much also to know from the audience to have your opinion, to hear what is done in your countries relating those key questions we can see behind me. If you want to make a comment, so please raise the plate of your country so we can organize a list, and then you will give us the comment. Okay. So the first one is...
Госпожа Антоне,
sorry. Yes, please. Sorry.
Уважаемые коллеги, я хотела бы обратить внимание ваше на очень правильное изложение со стороны наших спикеров тех ключевых вопросов, на которые надо обращать внимание после ковида. И хотела бы сказать, что действительно это было неожиданное явление, и каждая страна, каждое правительство, они своевременно реагировали на новые вызовы, которые возникли перед нами. И, конечно, каждая страна имеет свой опыт реагирования, оказания социальной поддержки уязвимым группам, вопросам климата и так далее. Но я хотела бы сказать, что в первую очередь я полностью поддерживаю мнение своих коллег, госпожи Ширин Шармин и других коллег. В первую очередь необходимо выявление социально уязвимых групп, которые нуждаются в защите. Конечно, они у нас есть, каждая страна работает с ними, система социальной поддержки имеется, но вместе с тем в этот период, именно когда растет безработица, именно тогда, когда медицина не справляется сама одна в одиночку с этой проблемой, необходимы дополнительные ресурсы, и человеческие, и финансовые ресурсы для решения этой проблемы. И опыт Узбекистана состоял в том, что он особо обратил внимание на социальные группы, вот именно уязвимые группы, это в первую очередь пожилые, это в первую очередь женщины с маленькими детьми, это люди с инвалидностью, это дети. И мы обеспечили работу, то есть сразу своевременная реакция на степень их нуждаемости. То есть у нас около 10 тысяч махаллей в республике, и в каждой махалле введены специальные штатные единицы, которые работают индивидуально с семьями. И в данном направлении мы своевременно обеспечили меры, которые были направлены на, в первую очередь, оздоровление, в первую очередь на обеспечение образования девочкам из малообеспеченных семей. И, конечно же, для этого были созданы фонды, как республиканские, так и региональные, районные, городские фонды по обеспечению защиты, то есть по обеспечению, материальному обеспечению вот этих вот семей. И в данном направлении я хочу сказать, Узбекистан накопил опыт, и наши семьи, они не пострадали. Каждой семье была обеспечена материальная защита. Кроме этого, отдельно была создана республиканская комиссия под руководством премьер-министра Республики Узбекистан, которая ежедневно координировала эту работу, как со стороны оказания содействия медицинским учреждениям, так и обеспечения адресной социальной помощи семьям с их детьми. Что касается образования, введена новая система оказания поддержки для получения образования девочкам, особенно из уязвимых групп. То есть каждый год выявляются девушки, которым необходима поддержка государства. И оплата за их обучение, то есть контракты, оплачиваются за счет государственного бюджета. Если в прошлом году было около 1000 девочкам была предоставлена эта материальная помощь по оплате их контрактов, то в этом году 2000 девочек, они обучаются за счет государства. Кроме этого, для того, чтобы повысить уровень образованности наших девушек, оплата за обучение в магистратуре полностью, независимо от состояния их нуждаемости или состояния их семей, полностью девочки, кто прошел уровень для сдачи экзаменов, оплата за контракт в магистратуре оплачивается за счет государства. То есть стране уделяется огромное внимание для того, чтобы образование девочек, образование женщин было на уровне международных стандартов. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. I'd like to inform you, and I'm sorry for that we have a problem with French interpretation and Arabic interpretation just now. So maybe we can solve that, but I'm sorry for that. We have to wait and try to find a solution. Now, thank you very much for your comment. Now we will be opening the floor. Madame Tillieu, you wanted to raise? Yeah, thank you.
Voilà, je voudrais ajouter quelques mots à ces réflexions, si en tout cas l'interprétation fonctionne. Pas de souci. No, it doesn't work.
French and Arabic have a problem.
Doesn't work. So I can try in English, but it's not easy. Yes, perhaps briefly, I can, in English, I can try. In Belgium, for example, with the COVID pandemic, we have seen that mainly workers in the first line were women in health, in cleaning, in education, all services which have maintained our society strongly during this period. So the system didn't collapse thanks to women mainly, but these functions are generally less remunerated, less paid than others. So there should be a way to improve remuneration, payment of women exerting these type of functions in healthcare, in cleaning and education, for example. And I would also speak about mental health. We have seen that many people feel isolated, alone. They had bad ideas. They sometimes lost their work. It was a really difficult period, and mental care has to be financed more. So in Belgium, we financed more all these services all around the country. And we also noticed that violence against women in the family also were growing up. So we paid attention to that. We noticed and wanted that the police, for example, could make a priority of all these complaints. So that's sort of remarks I would have to show about the consequences of COVID and the way society should move forward to make changes systemic for the rest of our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize once again that French interpretation didn't work, but we solved the problem and the Arabic interpretation works now, hopefully. So please, Madam Speaker from Bahrain, the floor is yours.
جيد. عندما تتحول التحديات إلى إمكانيات فاستطعنا أولا أن نغير الظروف التقنية التي موجودة.
Channel 5. Channel 5.
كان السؤال الذي طرح وتحدثت عنه بداية هو أين نبدأ لمواجهة آثار هذه الجائحة وما كنا خلال تلك السنوات المنصرمة وما زلنا إلى اليوم. لابد أن تكون الصحة أولا. بدون الصحة لا نستطيع أن نعمل أي شيء آخر، ولكن مع الصحة هناك تحديات أخرى ومجالات أخرى جميعها ضرورية ومهمة. هنا وددت أن أشارككم ببعض ما قمنا به في مملكة البحرين، وأصبحنا بشهادة الأمم المتحدة وكثير من الجهات المنظمة العالمية بأننا متقدمين بهذه التجربة، لأننا واجهناها منذ البداية بكل تحدي واستطعنا أن نتغلب عليها من حيث توفير اللقاحات أولا لكل المواطنين والمقيمين مجانا. التشخيص والعلاج واللقاح كان مجانا لكل من هو على أرض مملكة البحرين، وكنا نطالب وشاركنا العالم بتوفير تلك اللقاحات إيمانا من القيادة والشعب بأن القضية هي قضية عالمية. إن لم يكن اللقاح متوفرا للجميع لما استطعنا أن نلتقي اليوم وأن نعود إلى ما كنا عليه. من ضمن الأمور التي
I'm totally sorry, there is again a disturbance.
There is a lot of things that I can't share it with you, but unfortunately the technical problem, if it's solved, I will come back to you and continue, and if not, so excuse me for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will distribute your speech, your statement later on. I'm sorry for these disturbances. So we now continue. We will now be opening the floor to comments from other speakers present. So we have already Indonesia who wants to take the floor, and please, your statement.
Excellency, Chair of Senate of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Honorable President of the Inter-Parliament Union, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor and privilege to join you at the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament in the beautiful city of Tashkent. Let me extend my heartfelt message of congratulations to the people of Uzbekistan on the Independence Day of the Republic of Uzbekistan on 1st September 2022. Today, the world faces multiple challenges: pandemic, climate change, food and energy crisis, and the impact of geopolitical tension have hard hit the world indiscriminately. An additional 75 to 95 million people living in extreme poverty in 2022. As many as 828 million people go to the bed hungry every night. At this time, not only do we need to recover, but we also need to build a resilient world, a better world for everyone. In my view, there are several ways to build a resilient world. First, the post-pandemic global recovery must uphold the principle of inclusivity. We need people-centered recovery process. Everyone must take part in our global effort to recovery. The recovery process should reduce the gap of widening inequality as the impact of pandemic. Second, recovery effort must focus on building a better world. The 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda remains the world's best roadmap to share prosperity. We must redouble our effort collectively to tackle multidimensional global problem that our world is facing. We need to mobilize global partnership in emission reduction and pursuing green economy in the post-pandemic global recovery. Third, we need to ensure women's active participation and leadership in all recovery process. Women are already at the forefront of our battle against pandemic. They constitute 70% of the healthcare workers in the world. Participation of women will accelerate recovery process and create more equal work. We have to enhance the opportunity of women to participate in the decision-making process in each country. Women should have equal opportunity to reach top level of position in parliament, government, and other public institutions. Fourth, peace is a critical element of the recovery process. There is no development without peace and no peace without development. As geopolitical tension is on the rise, Parliament is expected to spread the culture of peace and tolerance through dialogue and diplomacy. Finally, I want to emphasize that Parliament, representing collective voice of the people, is the cornerstone of democracy, which has all potential to build a stronger and more resilient world for all. Recovery is a long road, but we must start now. Therefore, let us work together to create a world that is more sustainable, peaceful, and prosperous. By doing so, we can transform recovery process into a resilient world. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree recovery is a long road, so we have to go this road together. The next speaker on the list is the President, Speaker from Zimbabwe. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Honorable Chairperson of the Senate of Uzbekistan, Honorable Women Speakers, Presidents, and Chairpersons of National Parliaments, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Esteemed colleagues, let me begin by expressing profound gratitude to the Parliament, the government, and the people of this beautiful nation of Uzbekistan for hosting this summit. I would like to congratulate you for your success in this endeavor and commend you for being able to put together such a beautiful summit. Let me go further and thank you on behalf of the delegation from Zimbabwe and also on my own behalf for the wonderful hospitality that has been extended to us. To this point, we have enjoyed our every minute in Tashkent, and we have no doubt we will enjoy every minute of the remainder of our stay here in Tashkent. We are truly overwhelmed with gratitude. The COVID-19 pandemic has had devastating effects of the socio-economic environment across the globe. Not only did it lead to the widespread disruption of livelihoods and social interactions, it also decimated the global economic outlook. This, as we are all aware, led to the global economic recession and the revision of the national growth economic outlook of many countries. Essentially, the COVID-19 pandemic reversed the gains that we had realized along the socio-economic frontiers over the past 2 decades. It is therefore imperative that as we have convened here, we cast our eyes towards the horizon of solutions geared towards building back better and stronger, while simultaneously addressing the risks associated with the post-pandemic recovery outlook. To that extent, it is critical that we invest in the development of resilient health systems and infrastructure that is capable of responding to the demands of the modern health environment. Studies reveal that going forward, pandemics will become more common and medicines and vaccines will have to be developed and distributed at a faster rate. Central to this is the need to promote vaccines and pharmaceutical equity to ensure that as we build back better, all countries move together without leaving no place and no one behind. Additionally, it is imperative that we channel adequate resources towards investment in the information and communication technology infrastructure. The pandemic forced us to urgently move away from the traditional mode of doing business to adopting one in which business were online and heavily reliant on a robust ICT system. It is therefore more than urgent that we swiftly transition towards the fourth industrial revolution by incorporating artificial intelligence, data analytic, and geoinformation systems in our decision-making and operations. I am proud to note that the Zimbabwe Parliament has embraced the fourth industrial revolution and is in the process of developing the geoinformatics database, which will be used to inform evidence-based policy formulation. Related to the above, it is important that we avail adequate financial and technical resources to support research and development within and without our parliaments. Zimbabwe embarked on a revolutionary process of reviewing its higher and tertiary education curricula that through the introduction of the Education 5.0 philosophy. This philosophy focuses on the utilization of research to promote innovation for industrialization. The government also availed funds for the construction of innovation hubs and industrial parks in 6 state universities. Finally, our legislative policy and institutional frameworks must be responsive to the demands of the modern and dynamic environment. Our focus going forward should be towards the capacitation of our internal research departments to ensure that we progressively move towards evidence-based policy and legislative formulation. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is from Belarus. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Можно?
Floor is yours. Yes, please.
Да, спасибо. Уважаемая Танзила Камаловна, уважаемые участники саммита, дорогие друзья. Благодарю за возможность принять участие в таком мероприятии такого высокого уровня и высказать свою точку зрения по актуальной проблематике. Прежде всего хочу отметить, что Республика Беларусь входит в 27 стран мира, в число 27 стран мира, которые достигли целевого показателя по участию женщин в принятии управленческих решений. Справочно некоторые цифры. Всего женщины в Беларуси составляют 54% населения. Из количества занятых в экономике 50% также женщины. В гендерной структуре государственных служащих удельный вес женщин превышает 70%. В том числе на руководящих должностях около 60%. В белорусском парламенте доля женщин составляет порядка 35%. В сфере здравоохранения и образования женщины составляют 84%. Это большая доля. Конечно, оглядываясь назад, сегодня можно с уверенностью говорить о том, что пандемия коронавируса, она стала беспримерным вызовом и серьезным испытанием для всех стран, их отдельных институтов, международных организаций. В нашей стране мы осознанно подошли к выбору мер по борьбе с пандемией. Мы воздержались от введения тотальных запретов, локдаунов и карантинных мер. Естественно, больше внимания мы уделяли системе здравоохранения. И я поддержу мнение предыдущих спикеров о том, что в систему здравоохранения надо вкладывать, конечно, больше средств. Мы также это делали в период пандемии, увеличивали заработную плату врачей. И, естественно, вот как я сказала, 74% это женщины, на женских плечах пандемия была преодолена. Я с гордостью хочу сказать, что избранная Беларусью модель реагирования и поддержки в пандемию доказала свою эффективность. Все социальные обязательства государства были выполнены. В бюджетной сфере в период пандемии не допущено снижение уровня заработной платы. Не было периодов массовых увольнений, а уровень безработицы среди женщин составлял до 3%. Безусловно, в борьбе с пандемией каждая страна принимает меры с учетом своих национальной специфики, особенностей социально-экономической системы, системы здравоохранения. Но я хочу отметить, что устойчивое восстановление после пандемии будет в значительной степени зависеть от международного сотрудничества и солидарности государств. И в первую очередь от наличия справедливой, открытой и прозрачной торговой системы, без экономических санкций, давления и вмешательства во внутренние дела. И я думаю, уважаемые женщины, коллеги, немаловажную роль играем именно мы, женщины, в решении данных проблем. А Республика Беларусь готова делиться нашими национальными практиками и положительным опытом. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your statement. Our next speaker is from Uganda. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, our moderator, and thank you, the speakers, for the session, for the great insights, which I would say resonates very well with the issues that we are seeing in Uganda. We have seen that COVID-19 affected women and girls disproportionately. We've seen the pandemic disrupting value chain and also supply chain within the country, and the pandemic placing workers, especially women, in unprecedented situations, as witnessed by the drastic reduction in production and also closure of workplaces and also loss of jobs, and in most cases, significant scaling down of operations, which affected mostly the women and also girls. In that regard, we also saw that most of the women had to pay steep prices, but also make huge sacrifices in terms of staying away from home, especially the informal sector women. Those who are working in the markets, who had to stay in markets because of the restrictions in movements due to the curfew, staying for several weeks and even months away from home in the markets to be able to make ends meet. As a result, we saw incidences of gender-based violence, especially violence against women and girls. We saw increase by 60% according to the study carried out by Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development for all forms of violence against women and girls, specifically the areas of physical violence, the area of sexual violence, but also high rates of teenage pregnancy. And as a result, we saw the increasing need for the country to be able to strengthen the gender-based violence prevention efforts, but also for government and civil society to strengthen response and also gender-based violence risk mitigation, taking into consideration the survivor-centered multi-sectoral approach, especially the area of health, which was already mentioned. And I would also like to reiterate that we saw the specific need to strengthen clinical care for sexual assault survivors, the survivors of gender-based violence, but also other aspects, especially areas around strengthening psychosocial support, access to justice, and also safety and security. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have another try to get Ms. Aida Kurmanova, the head of the Central Asia Office of the United Nations Environmental Programme, with us. So we'll see if the high-tech works and if we get the connection. Please. No, I'm sorry. We tried twice, so it didn't work out. Now I want to ask another few questions. Are there any comments now from the floor? One issue that has been raised before and which we haven't really discussed here is the topic of climate change. We all agree that it is a burning issue. I would like to know, and I think we all would like to know very much, what you can do in your countries, what are the measures you are undertaking, and how climate change affects your countries. And I also would like to know, because there are women speakers here, what do women have to do with climate change? Are women more affected by climate change, or is it the same as in the whole population? So I would be very interested, both from the floor or from you here on the panel. From Bangladesh, yes, please.
Bangladesh is overpopulated country. More than 50% of total population is women. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, has taken lots of steps and policies to face after COVID. But we know COVID has not yet been finished. So our government has built up very strong social network, social safety network. So still now our general people and marginalized people, they are not suffering for food and clothes and health, because our government is trying to cover all this. But you know, climate changes is mostly Bangladesh is suffering too much, because we are a delta. Bangladesh is a delta country and surrounded too much a river, and maximum river it is coming from other countries and going to Bay of Bengal within Bangladesh. So you know, every problem people suffering, but mostly any problem faces children and women. They are most victims. So whether climate changes, people are suffering, and women and children are most sufferer. So if we really want to solve this problem, this climate changes, so nowadays every country is very related with one another. It's like a chain. So we have to build up a strong network, within every country, and one country must stand beside another country. And if we have very strong connection, so maybe you have you have one thing, maybe another country have another thing. So if we build up a strong relationship and a strong network, so one country can stand by another country, and this is the way we can solve our problem. And climate changes, this problem we can solve easily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Уважаемая госпожа модератор, позволите?
Yes,
да, спасибо огромное. я хотела бы высказать позицию, которая неоднократно звучала и на евразийских женских форумах, что мы должны, женщины, инициировать формирование экологической культуры у всех людей, у граждан каждой из стран. И в этом отношении мы начали реализацию целого ряда проектов по этой теме. Практически все проекты реализуются с международным участием. Наиболее активным и интересным, очень эффективным является проект «Женщины Арктики». Постоянно проходят диалоги, телемосты женщин, работающих и в атомной отрасли, и занимающихся проблемами чистоты в Арктике. И принимают участие в таких дискуссиях представители как минимум 20 стран мира. Ну и, конечно, сами проекты по экологическому образованию, экологическому воспитанию мы тоже инициируем, начиная от школы, включая как элемент школьного образования и завершая на протяжении всей жизни, в том числе и серебряные волонтеры, это волонтеры старшего поколения, тоже эту тему берут в свою повестку с тем, чтобы показывать пример технологии, подхода к природе, к целом тому месту, где они живут, ставят и более глобальные проблемы по сохранению природы. И, конечно, это тоже определенный вклад в ту проблему, которую мы сейчас обсуждаем. Благодарю вас.
I would like to ask the women speakers here on the panel about climate change. So, what do you think what women leaders and women especially can do to combat climate change? We know that young people in general, but young women in special are the front leaders in agitating against for combating climate change. So how can we as women support them? What can women do? So I would like to know if you have if you realize that in your country maybe women are in the front line of combating climate change. Here on the panel, is there any? If yes, please. I don't know the translation. Yes, please.
Climate change is a very important agenda throughout the globe, and we are all mindful of that. Parliaments have a very crucial role to play because Parliament represent people, and the policy issues, the legislative framework are made in the Parliament. So parliaments have to be ensure transparency and accountability of the government in complying the provisions that are necessary to protect our environment. There are many laws and many more legislations are being implemented, legislated every day. We come across them, but I think the implementation of those legislation is very important. Bangladesh is a riverine country. We need to preserve our rivers, for instance, make them pollution free. And I think these are global problems, not only any particular country, but every country has its own challenges of environmental issues. We need to take steps, and I think it's already quite late in taking steps, because we have also declared from our parliament in Bangladesh climate emergency, and we have adopted a parliamentary resolution to create an awareness throughout the globe to send this message across that we are really getting late and the time is now. Even if we have lost the time, but still there is very little time still left. So, and the parliamentarians can actually mobilize the communities and the people even within their countries and their constituencies to make them aware of how to preserve and protect their own environment, which is very important. Social plantation is a big project in Bangladesh where women are involved, and that has also helped increase the number of plantation, which is also another step in protecting our environment. So I think members of parliament have a major role to play here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that the climate issue is a very, very important one, and as you said, we don't have much time, so we have maybe a little bit of time left. So is there anybody here from the women speakers who would make a statement on that, what's happening in your countries and how you tackle with this issue? Now we have another try with Arabic, so we'll see if this is possible now. Do you?
هل مستعدين أن نجرب للمرة الثالثة لكي نجد إن كانت هناك ترجمة؟ هل هناك ترجمة الآن؟
No.
I ran for the election 3 times, and the 3rd time I won. So I said I will give it a 3rd trial.
Thank
Maybe
you.
there is a translation. Yeah.
It should be.
So
it should be. Do we have a translation to it?
هل هناك ترجمة من العربية إلى اللغات؟
Yes, it should work.
Yes.
I hope so.
Yes. هناك ترجمة؟ هل أتحدث بالعربية؟ هو من الجيد أن تستمعوا إلى مخارج الحروف في اللغة العربية إلى أن نتأكد إن كانت هناك ترجمة أو لا.
No.
ليست هناك أي ترجمة، ولكن let me just remark very small things regarding the COVID, which I started it before, and just to mention that in Bahrain Kingdom, what we did to face this COVID issue is giving the mothers. First of all, there was a decision, all the mothers to work from online, from their houses. This is the first decision, and then 50% of the workers, they will work online. That was the second decision later on, and it didn't affect the education, because we work online also. All the levels in the education, they started to continue their studies online, and the good things also, even in the parliament, we work online. All the meetings, all the session, it continued online also. So nothing is stopped. The normal life was continued, and we didn't look down. It was normal life with all the protection that we had to take. And the salaries for the workers, the government also, with the parliament, of course, we took the decision to pay for 3 months in the beginning, and then for another 3 months for some of the sectors, for the salaries not to stop. And the electricity was free for 6 months. And again, with the bank also, we stopped. I need to hear the loans. Yes, thank you, my colleague. The loans for everybody for 6 months. They don't need to pay the loans fees for 6 months. All these things, and there is a lot others, just to keep the life continued and everybody live normally. of course, with the vaccine and with the treatment, that it was free of charge for everybody, not only for the citizen, even for everybody in Bahrain, make us come out with this situation as fast as it was maybe happened, if not. And regarding the climate change, I don't think this is an issue for a woman only. It's not an issue for a woman. It's a human being issue. All of us, we have to take care not to do the things that it's affecting the climate, and stop doing things which is making this faster and making it worse. So all of us, we have to put hand by hand with the green to make the world more green, and to use not to use the things that it's making it faster and making it bad. I wish if there was a translation in Arabic to your languages, then I can't say a lot much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. We appreciate very much that you gave us your insights in English. Thank you very much. Are there other comments? And here on the panel, some point I wanted to raise, because it was mentioned before, was the mental health. Because I know in my country, at least, research found out that there were a lot of mental health problems, especially for young people, because they were those young people between 15 and 20 maybe, who were not, didn't have the chance to meet their friends, didn't have the chance to go to school, had their lectures online. So the question is, how can we combat the issue of mental health, especially for the young people? What is the system in your countries? This would be very interesting to know. How the pandemic is not over yet, so what are you going to do if schools have to be closed, if the pandemic arises anew? Do you close the schools? How do you tackle that in your countries? I can tell you that at least in Austria, we are trying not to close the schools anymore.
Uzbekistan. Sorry. Пожалуйста, Арала Аминовна.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые участники форума, я бы хотела сказать несколько слов про опыт Узбекистана в отношении COVID, затем несколько слов про научные данные в отношении COVID и изменения климата. Я являюсь членом Advisory Group on Health, консультативной группы Health МПС Межпарламентского союза, и являюсь сенатором Узбекистана. Ну, во-первых, Узбекистан имеет уникальный опыт решения проблем по COVID. Я считаю, что может претендовать на лучшую практику в мире, как в отношении образования, организации учебного процесса, так и в отношении оказания социальной помощи и лечебной помощи, лечения и профилактических мер в отношении COVID. Затем я бы хотела, я являюсь доктором медицинских наук, акушер-гинеколог, я хотела бы обратить внимание на аспект научных исследований. Этот COVID, он настолько оказался внезапным, что нам необходима поддержка научных исследований по влиянию COVID на различные органы, и особенно на органы репродуктивной системы, так как органы как мужских половых репродуктивной системы, так и женских очень сильно страдают от воздействия этого вируса и его мутантов. Поэтому эти исследования показывают, что имеется риск для репродуктивной патологии, особенно девочек, подросток, для беременности, для материнства. этот вирус переходит через плаценту, поэтому эти необходимы поддержка научных исследований. Также во время COVID необходимо обратить внимание на усиление медицинского мусора, ведь медицинских отходов. В десятки раз возникла экологическая проблема в связи с медицинскими отходами. Это использование шприцов и так далее, и так далее. На это тоже необходимо финансирование и дополнительные исследования. Я бы хотела обратить внимание на изменение климата. Как вы знаете, наш уважаемый президент с трибуны ООН поднимал аральскую проблему. Аральское море играло исключительную роль в сохранении климата в этом регионе. Более 5 миллионов людей сейчас проживают в аральском регионе, где климат резко изменился из-за изменения климата вследствие высыхания Аральского моря. И особенно страдают, вы вот спросили, госпожа модератор, по поводу, какая группа населения более чувствительная. Вот так вот женщины, беременные женщины, дети до 5 лет самые уязвимые группы в отношении изменения климата. В результате вот аральской катастрофы сейчас очень жаркий климат летом, резко континентальный климат между днем и вечером, и резкий холод зимой. Поэтому вот этот контингент аральского региона нуждается в дополнительных исследованиях и поддержке по охране, обеспечению безопасности и охране здоровья региона в результате изменения климата. Это и Узбекистан, и Туркменистан, и Казахстан, Кызылординская область Казахстана. Поэтому я хотела бы на эти моменты сказать, акценты сделать. Спасибо большое за внимание.
Thank you very much. We have one more comment from the floor. It's from Montenegro, please.
Thank you, Madam Muton. Thank you, distinguished speakers, Madam Speaker Nabayeva. I will be taking my time in the second panel as a panelist and will address you further in details regarding the topic that will be in the second panel. However, inspired by your very fruitful talks and initiatives that you have brought up today, and especially with the speech of my distinguished colleague, Speaker of Parliament of Bahrain, I had to give us some additional comments on behalf of Montenegro. We are very much aware of, and I think that we are all here today agree on that women have taken the largest burden of fighting the pandemics and post-pandemic period in whole world. Of course, that was same in Montenegro as well. Of course, the areas where the pandemic was very much influential and where women have given their specific influence were within the health system, of course, education, and all the support systems. In Montenegro, we have decided to change or to put our work on online as much as possible. Of course, also the educational system, all the schools have went to the online systems. However, we were quite aware that a lot of mothers are basically in need for helping or being there with their children, even when the lectures are online. That's why we have additional support to not just women, but parents. But you know how it works in our today's system. Usually women are those who are taking care of children, so in practice women were using more this opportunity that has been given by the government of Montenegro. The opportunity is that for the period of 3 months, which was extended later, but parents, one parent per family, was able to stay home and have paid leave, paid by the government, leave to take care of the children while all the lessons are maintained in an online system. That is additional to those supports that we have heard from our distinguished panelists and the speakers today. We have to be very helpful to basically to women, and we know that it's 50% of our population. We have to make sustainable and good surroundings, environment for women, to give them opportunity to raise their voices and to give their full support to all the aspects, all the spheres of life in all the countries. That's why it's very good to have our summit, 14th summit of the speakers of the parliament, women speakers of the parliament. I'm very much looking forward to take my part in the second panelist today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to inform you that we have 3 more comments: South Africa, Belarus, Bahrain and Russia. And then I will close the session unless there are some final remarks from the panel. So please, South Africa, Speaker of
Thank
South
you.
Africa.
Thank you very much. I am touched when you talk about the education and children during COVID. I want to express that COVID has exposed the inequalities that we find within communities, more especially between the haves and the have-nots. And the issue of those who have and have the children in the private schools or better schools were able to continue during COVID to have their lessons because they were online. But can you imagine coming from South Africa, where we have inequalities of rural areas, and we have people that have something, and the children could not go to school. You have a child in your house who is doing online, and only after 2 o'clock he goes to play with the friends. That also brings depression to those children that are next door, that cannot access education because of the inequalities. So these depressions made some of the children not to want to go to school again. From where I come from, we have what we call feeding schemes for children in schools from the poor communities. Those children during that time could not get their food that they get from school. The parents are at home. The mothers are depressed themselves. And what do we do? So it is up to us as women in parliament to make sure that these inequalities are covered by the government by enacting some acts that will assist during these times. It has been very terrible, as you asked the question, how is it during COVID? It has affected our children, and more especially those children that we call the have-nots. And it is up to us as women, because we know those problems of inequalities in the house, to, in our parliaments, make sure that we have those acts, we enact those policies that will protect the vulnerable children and try to bring a balance. Remember, in the areas like in South Africa, women in the past were not even allowed to go to school during the time of apartheid. So most women in the house, they couldn't help their children with anything, even though they are there just to give them some work to do. They could not do that because they themselves do not have a background of education. So it is now for us to make sure that this does not happen in the future. COVID has exposed the inequalities in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for highlighting that. We have from Bach.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. And I would like to salute all women who are present today with us and all women who could not make it. And I'm very proud to be with Her Excellency, to come from Bahrain, the Arab country and to share with all of you what happened for us and for everyone. And it's good that we speak about Corona and the pandemic and the challenges, and maybe to learn from each other. And especially now we hear from our good lady from Africa and from Bangladesh that a lot of things for especially education and how we can manage it. And let me share with you something. We did it in Bahrain, and I'm proud of it. For the people who could not afford to buy laptops, for example, and the education was online, we provided more than 10,000 laptops for these families to educate the children, because these children are very important for us, and they have to have the same quality of education for everyone. I think is the rich, when can help the poor, we can make difference too. And in the Parliament, we were working parallel with the government. We were thinking about this pandemic is not only for us, but it was for everyone. We were suggesting an important thing, that what about opening a hotline for retired people who can join and help, and it works. Within 72 hours, more than 21,000 volunteers join to help and to take care for everyone, whether he is a Bahraini or non-Bahraini, whether he is a citizen or a resident, and it works too. And I would like to share with you, because I am a consultant and a doctor of psychiatry, how we could release the Mental Health Act through our Parliament too. And everyone knows with the pandemic, the stress, depression and anxiety, suicidality and violence against women increase. We want it, we can't deny this. It is how we can all now, as a woman, as a parliamentarians, help each one to prevent these kinds of things. We did a good thing for depressed patients and for schizophrenic patients, for example, in Bahrain, and disabled. We provided them with 100 dinars, that's equal to $300 in a month, whether they are working or they are not working, because we believe that economy, we believe that if anyone cannot provide food, it is a disaster. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The last short remark from Russia and then Spain. Please, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, участники саммита. И хочу отметить, что в ходе дискуссии мы особое внимание уделяли вопросу молодежной политики, и в том числе участию молодых женщин. Хочу отметить, что в России внесена поправка в Конституцию о молодежной политике, и также принят закон о молодежной политике. И мы внимательно следим за успехами молодых женщин-парламентариев, которые активно участвуют в работе таких общественных институтов, как Палата молодых законодателей. И также хочу отметить, что в России под руководством председателя Совета Федерации Валентины Ивановны Матвиенко проводится обучающий проект «Женщины-лидеры России», в котором участвуют женщины-парламентарии всех уровней, от муниципального до государственного. И не могу не отметить особую роль молодых женщин в участии в международных проектах. И, конечно, женщины-парламентарии всех уровней могут нести именно миссию активного международного взаимодействия в гуманитарных, социальных и других направлениях. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. And now the chairwoman from the president from Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta del Senado y señora moderadora.
quiero en primer lugar transmitirles que es clave en este foro hablar de la desigualdad de género en salud, que es una realidad que corresponde a factores de todo tipo, biológicos, fisiológicos y hormonales, pero también ambientales, factores sociales y culturales. Y para paliar esta desigualdad que ha hecho más profunda la crisis del coronavirus, tenemos que impulsar medidas que favorezcan la salud de las mujeres. Lograr, en primer lugar, la cobertura sanitaria universal. En segundo lugar, hacer que los medicamentos y especialmente las vacunas sean accesibles para todos, especialmente también para las mujeres y para los niños. Garantizar que las mujeres tengan pleno acceso a los servicios de salud sexual y reproductiva. Y, en último término, estrategias de salud pública. En mi país se ha puesto en marcha una estrategia de salud mental que es fundamental, porque si la pandemia ha afectado en algo a la población, es especialmente a el incremento de los problemas de la salud mental en la población. Y esas estrategias de salud pública deben incluir también una estrategia en materia de salud mental, que verdaderamente incluyan los principios, esos principios de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Yo soy médico, soy doctora, que es la salud integral de una persona. No solamente es la salud física, sino, como saben, es también la salud psíquica, la salud mental, para todas las personas del mundo. Y, por lo tanto, creo que desde este foro deberíamos de apostar porque todos los países tengamos y pongamos en marcha movimientos y políticas de prevención en materia de salud integral de las mujeres y de salud mental, especialmente de mujeres y de niños y niñas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you, dear women speakers, for this interesting first session. We found out, or we know, that the COVID pandemic is not over yet. It persists. And I think it was very important to hear from you that an economic recovery will not be possible without women being involved. But another point, without social protection and the recognition of unpaid work, of the value, the recognition of the value of unpaid work and care work, economic recovery will not take place. I'm sorry, we have to close now. So we see that it will not take place without women. It's not possible. We are going to go into more depth now in the next sessions and tomorrow. So now I'm very happy to inform you that you are invited for lunch. Please be back at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much. Thank you. dear women speakers, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. No, I am sure you enjoyed the lunch, the delicious food you had. I hope you had the possibility to have a coffee afterwards so that you are full of energy. Right away, we will start our second session for the Summit on Preventing Tech-Related Risks and Preserving Human Rights and Gender Equality in the High-Tech World. You all know new technologies have made the impossible possible in so many areas of people's life, of people's work and social interactions. However, they gave rise to big risks as well. I think of those relating to online privacy, freedom of expression and harassment of violence. Women and girls are particularly at risk online, and solutions are urgently needed to be found and applied. We will begin with introductory remarks by distinguished guest speakers who have valuable insight and experiences in the field of digital technologies that can help to frame our discussion. It's a great pleasure, and we keep our fingers crossed for the technical issues. We have a video message, and we are pleased to have that from Ms. Reem Al-Salem, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, its causes and its consequences. So waiting for the video. Oh, yes.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to join you for this session at the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. My only regret is that I'm unable to join you in person. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic, its lockdown measures, and the pandemic of violence against women and girls have exposed the pre-existing gaps and shortcomings of the abilities of states to end the violence against women and girls. Furthermore, the gender-blind measures adopted by most states have resulted in the increase of violence against women and girls, including domestic violence. Curiously, COVID-19 has had also some unexpected positive side effects, including in the area of technical innovation, particularly to facilitate smoother online interaction. As we know, digital platforms can overall become public spaces in which new strategies are developed to influence policy and politics, and where women and girls can also exercise their role to participate fully and effectively in public life. Digital platforms have also allowed marginalized groups, including groups of women and girls, to build solidarity networks and to participate in different conversation and processes that are important to them, and to access information. But the technology can also perpetuate existing patterns of inequality and discrimination. They mirror the inequality that exists in power, resources, and choices. Hence, when it comes to online interactions are gendered. We know that fewer women than men use the internet, and we also know that women generally experience more barriers than men in accessing the internet, and they experience more violence online, experienced as physical, sexual, psychological, political, and economic violence. This online violence can turn into offline violence, as it can result in psychological trauma, social isolation, and in some cases can lead to the loss of life. We see that some groups of women are particularly exposed to such action, such as women like yourselves, meaning women in politics, and women journalists and women human rights defenders. And we know that other identities that they may have, such as their ethnic or racial background, their religion, political views, gender identity, or sexual orientation, can also exacerbate the situation of violence. Now, the thing to mention here is that, of course, they experience online violence differently. The misogynistic undertones, the sexualized language in which attacks are also made about the professionalism of the victim and her physical appearance. Collectively, these efforts have always one goal in mind, namely to intimidate and coerce women into abandoning their views, beliefs, and professions. Now, of course, this is not only problematic from a personal perspective or a human rights perspective, but also from a collective or society perspective, because it strikes at the heart of democracies and good governments and is a further impediment to gender equality. You all know my predecessor submitted a report in 2018 to the Human Rights Council in which she expressed concern about the then new forms of violence that are facilitated by online technologies and perpetuated by social medias, and other colleagues of mine, mandate holders, have also spoken to this and also have furnished recommendations. It should be also recalled that in 2018, the Human Rights Council adopted resolution on accelerating efforts to prevent and respond to violence against women and girls in the digital context. Now, when it comes to my mandate, therefore, in a nutshell, I've added my voice to asking for accountability and also for ending rampant impunity that exists for such acts of violence. And what we have collectively asked for is that the governance also of online technologies be firmly embedded in international human rights standards, which should apply and be the same in the online world as the physical world. Now, to do that, it is important that we have consistency. So what I mean by that is that we cannot demand the removal of hate speech, let's say, from an online platform if the printed or daily press, if influential persons, if politicians, if contributors or commentators can make the same comments offline and get away with them. So we cannot have a discussion regarding online violence against women without discussing freedom of expression, which should be protected unless it incites violence and hatred. And granted, any restrictions on the freedom of expression should be done strictly in accordance with the human rights standards of legality, necessity, proportionality, and serve a legitimate aim. Related to this is, of course, the wider problem that in many countries, many settings, the national and regional laws on gender-based violence are deficient, as is the legislation on cybercrime or both. And parliaments of the world can do and do actually play an important role in pushing for the adoption of appropriate legislation to criminalize online violence against women and girls, relying on the evidence collected by researchers, women, organizers, and others. Many are already pushing for such legislation and dedicating parliamentary discussions to it. And these discussions need to be accompanied by accompanying legislation to increase the overall protection of women in politics, as well as achieve gender parity in all branches and levels of governments. And online platforms and social providers also need to have stronger self-regulating bodies. We also need more women as content creators and producers, and more women in all their diversity within the governance structures of tech companies, and to continue to work with law enforcement to improve the latter's capacity to investigate and prosecute such actions, making reporting and support better available to victims, and collecting better gender disaggregated data on the dimension of violence in digital spaces. So with that, I hope that these remarks offer some useful food for thought, and I look forward to reading the conclusions and recommendations that will be emanating from your discussion. Thank you very much.
So we thank for this statement and for food for thought for our upcoming discussion. Now we go on and we continue with a message by Mrs. Evelyn Regner, Vice President of the European Parliament. I know her personally, and she's a strong fighter for women's rights. Please, the video.
Dear Presidents, dear members of the Senate and the Parliament's dear colleagues, it is my honor to address you today as Vice President of the European Parliament. And I am delighted that I was asked to talk about a topic that is very close to my heart, about gender equality. As we all know, gender equality touches every area of our lives, our past, our present, and our future. Today, I will address gender equality in the context of digitalization. New technologies facilitate our lives on a daily basis. They made possible what was previously impossible, especially during the COVID pandemic. Technology was perceived as a blessing. Thanks to them, distance learning was possible for our children. Distance working or distance socializing with our grandparents was possible. Indeed, it was possible to connect with people anywhere. But there is also another side to technologies. Significant risks continue to emerge related to online data protection, freedom of expression, and especially harassment and cyber violence. And who is particularly affected by it? You know it, women and girls. Gender-based cyber violence is a phenomenon that was inconceivable 30 years ago. In 2022, nearly every woman in public has experienced cyber violence or threats online. Too many women in leadership or in political positions experience death or violence threats to themselves or family members. To give you some figures about cyber violence in the European Union, according to a study by the European Parliament Research Service, 4 to 7% of women in the European Union have been victims of cyber stalking in the past 12 months, while 1 to 3% have been victims of cyber bullying. The range reflects the underlying uncertainty resulting from the lack of robust and recent cross-national data available on the phenomenon. Particularly among young adolescents, gender-based cyber violence is expected to increase in the coming years. Cyber violence has a direct impact on them in terms of mental health, resulting in an increased incidence of depression and anxiety disorders, and it has an effect on the persons concerned use the internet. They withdraw from public debate. They need money to look for legal and medical assistance. They sometimes have to take sick leaves or can't work anymore. They risk to lose their job or are less productive, and they have a reduced quality of life due to the poor mental health. The threshold to act violently or overstep boundaries is much lower online than offline, since hiding behind an anonymous profile gives the predator safety and a feeling of power, and an applauding online community of other men who act similarly as enforcing this behavior and often leading to violent shitstorms. You all know that. The study I mentioned before quantified some of the costs of gender-based cyber violence. The study's economic evaluation estimates the overall costs of cyber stalking and harassment in the European Union to between 49 and 89 billion euros. The largest cost category is the value of the loss in quality of life, which accounts for more than half of the overall costs. Labor market impacts are also considerable due to the lower labor market participation, and healthcare and legal costs are also substantial. We need to halt this harming development. We need to protect women and girls in the real world as well as in the online world. In doing this, we all must contribute that the online world becomes a safe place for everyone. So what is the European Parliament doing? Preventing cyber violence by raising awareness. Sounds simple, yet is a lot of work. The other thing is a legal framework to combat violence against women and domestic violence that also includes cyber violence, meaning non-consensual sharing of internet images, cyber stalking, cyber harassment, and the cyber incitement to violence or hatred. In parallel, we are also working to include gender-based violence in the list of Euro crimes. We know that this is not an easy undertaking as it requires unanimity in the Council, but we must keep up the pressure if we want to have a fully fledged European policy on violence against women, online and offline. In general, we'll continue to push the Council and the missing member states to ratify the famous Istanbul Convention. What else needs to be done? It is essential that every state around the globe sticks to basic principles. Every human being has the right to freedom from all forms of violence. This must be common sense and basic morality. As many countries as possible should adhere to existing legal frameworks, if possible, like the Istanbul Convention, or establish their own legal frameworks following the promises of this important document to set legally binding standards specifically to prevent gender-based violence, protect victims of violence, and punish the perpetrators online and offline. The online world needs to become a safe place for women and girls. It needs to become a safe space for every single human. Thank you very much for listening.
A big thanks to Mrs. Regner, Vice President of the European Parliament. I'm pleased now to announce another video message, the video message by Mr. George Chen, the Managing Policy Director of Meta. This is part of Facebook, for Greater China, Mongolia, and the Central Asia region. Please, can we have the video?
Hi, my name is George Chen. I'm the Managing Director for Public Policy for Greater China, Mongolia, and Central Asia at Meta. First of all, I want to send my congratulations to the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. Tashkent is a great city, and I'm pretty sure Uzbekistan is a perfect host for this important conference. I'm very delighted that I invited to say a few words at the opening of the conference. Meta is a mission-driven company. Our mission is to keep the world closer together. DEI, as you know, diversity, equality, and inclusion are the key parts of the values we want to hold, not just for our company, but also for the communities we serve. And we understand children and women are sometimes the vulnerable groups, not just in the real world, but also online too. As a technology company, we do our best, to protect our users, and online safety is always our top priority. We have a lot of resources which you can find at facebook.com/safety to learn more. And also want to say it's very challenging, sometimes, for female to speak up, especially in politics. Women politicians could be also more vulnerable than other colleagues. This is why, I want to, again, congratulate this conference, on a very important topic. I hope for the next few days, you all can come up with some very meaningful discussions, exchanges of thoughts, and I will also get feedback from the organizer to learn from all of you on what we can do more to protect the women, to do more to grow the female leadership in society, in business, in politics. As a public policy professional representing Meta to engage with different governments and their people, I do recognize there's always strong interests in Meta and our policy and how that will impact our communities, from different governments. I also work with a lot of the members of the parliaments, including many female MPs in some countries, like Mongolia, not that far from Uzbekistan. They also have the women caucus, a group of female MPs in the parliament. I was very impressed by some of the initiatives, they led, to grow, for example, how to encourage young kids, girls, to learn coding from a very early age. Leadership, female leadership is not just about politicians. Female leadership can be reflected in almost all aspects of work and life. And as I mentioned, Meta as a very DEI and mission-driven company, we want to be part of the movement to advocate for more female leadership and to make the world a better place tomorrow. In terms of some of the challenges, as you may recognize, sometimes female users online or your colleagues could face higher risks for bullying, harassment at workplace or in the society. We always encourage people to speak up. We have tools for users to report, to flag. There's zero tolerance for sexual harassment, for example, on our platforms. Our community standards cover a wider range of topics. The goal is to protect our users, including female users. In fact, I'm actually coming to Uzbekistan in a couple of weeks of time. I will also have meetings with government officials, NGO leaders, and I will also use my upcoming trip to learn more about the cultural, the needs, the potential in Central Asia. I feel really bad, I just miss the opportunity to attend the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament in person in Tashkent. But I do hope, in my upcoming trip, I can meet perhaps some of you, especially the female MPs. I'm always very happy to learn, how a parliament in a country, how many female MPs, they have. I think this is also a very good indicator, to show the DEI status of the country. Anyway, I want to send my congratulations again, to the organizer, to all the participants. Hope you also spend some good time, outside the conference, have the fun and time, to visit, Tashkent. I also very much look forward to. Good luck, and please take care.
Thank you to Mr. Chen for this message and his wishes. We take them. Now we will dive into the discussion. We all were more or less thrown into the icy water when the pandemic didn't allow us to meet anymore, when we're not allowed to have meetings. But the question is, did we learn to swim? The questions that we are asking are, has the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated progress towards technological innovation in a digital economy and the world of work, and how? The gender-digital divide even increased. What initiatives are being implemented nationally and internationally? How can parliaments better promote and protect the rights of freedom, the rights and freedoms of women and girls online? To discuss this topic, I'm pleased to have with us 5 women speakers of Parliament. Ms. Puan Maharani, Speaker of the House of Representatives from the Republic of Indonesia. Ms. Urška Zupancic, President of the National Assembly of Slovenia. Ms. Daniela Đurović, President of the Parliament of Montenegro. Ms. Eda Mukabagwiza, Deputy Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda. And Ms. Ana Maria Pastor Julian, Second Deputy Speaker of the Congress of Deputies of Spain. Let me start with you, Ms. Maharani from Indonesia. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellency Chair of the Senate of Republic of Uzbekistan, Honorable President of the Interparliamentary Union, distinguished delegates, the discussion of preventing tech-related risk, gender equality, and high technology is very relevant during this pandemic. Technology is an important means of equalizing the playing field between men and women. The fourth industrial revolution, digital technology, automation, and artificial intelligence have big impact on the place of women in the society. In the first year of the pandemic, we have witnessed the growth of internet users globally by more than 10%, by far the largest annual increase in a decade. Despite the strong growth in internet use over the past 2 years, globally, just 57% of women use the internet, compared to 62% of men. Today, the digital transformation provides new avenue for economic empowerment of women. We need to seize this opportunity to foster greater gender equality, boost economic growth, and build a more inclusive world. At the same time, it is also important to pay attention at the risk of widespread use of technology, such as data protection and privacy issue, the use of surveillance technology, online violence and harassment, and digital divide. Moreover, right to privacy must also be taken into account. Currently, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia is in the final stage of finalizing the law on personal data protection as a legal basis in providing rules and regulation on personal data in today's digitally connected world. Distinguished delegate, digital are also presents a digital paradox, a paradox that can either intensify or reduce social inclusion, accessibility, and sustainability between our society. We have seen the potential of digital technology to enhance mutual understanding in the society. Technology can bring great benefit to increase connectivity, financial inclusion, access to trade and public services. However, we have experienced negative impact of the use of social media. There is proliferation of disinformation, fake news, and hoax. This could create fragmentation and polarization in the society. We also have to tackle digital divide. We can do it by increasing internet infrastructure development, ensuring affordability of internet access, empowering users, and addressing gender gap in internet access. Likewise, I believe that active involvement of women in the developing of technology will help to ensure that innovation are relevant for the whole population. We need everyone contribution, including women, if we are to recover together. To conclude, let us increase investment of technology in women in our collective effort to achieve gender equality. Our ability to deliver the best of our global recovery effort depends in large part on our decision to put women at the center of all recovery measures. Only then can we lay the foundation for a more resilient and gender equal world for all. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The affordability, a very important word, I think, in this context. So I'm very much look forward to the statement of Ms. Urška Cupancic from Slovenia, please.
Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, The COVID-19 pandemic has presented us with a number of challenges and issues, significantly affecting our private, social, and economic life. We were faced with unprecedented circumstances for which we were unprepared. Modern technology allowed us to work remotely and maintain many work processes with companies and the state admission quick to adapt. As a public health measure, remote work had numerous positive effects, as it, according to extensive research, also managed to save a lot of jobs. However, the issue of new digital technologies also had a number of negative effects, which notably affected women. Here, I would like to focus on working from home, which not only increased women's workload, since they had to assume all of the burden that came with their children's remote learning, but also considerably aggravated domestic violence, with women being the prime victims. The second negative consequence of using the internet, which I would like to talk about, is hate speech, and particularly sexist remarks. As the first woman in Slovenia to be elected President of the National Assembly, I was confronted with offensive, sexist online remarks and attacks that were solely about my appearance almost immediately after assuming office. I believe these kinds of online attacks not only chip away at the integrity and dignity of women, but also threaten the right to freedom of speech and opinion in a democratic society, limit professional opportunities, and strengthen democratic deficit based on gender. Esteemed colleagues, in my opinion, suitable normative regulation of online communication could represent an appropriate basis for comprehensively regulating this domain. However, this should also be followed by numerous societal and cultural changes. The role of the state should be to provide available and accessible digital infrastructure and technologies, ensuring the greatest possible digital literacy for all segments of the population. Slovenia is aware of the importance of guaranteeing human rights and gender equality and pays special attention to this issue. I would like to take this opportunity to inform you that in addition to the already adopted legal regulations, Slovenia is also drawing up a new resolution on the national program for equal opportunities for women and men, which is aimed at strengthening the fight against stereotypes and sexism and ensuring that gender equality is included in all policies and all measures. Esteemed colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic has not only further exposed the true position of women in society, which in recent years has alarmingly worsened in some segments. Women are once again being forced to assume their traditional and domestic roles. We need a new mindset, both at the individual and societal level, which will eliminate stereotypes, gender prejudices, sexism, and male chauvinism. But to achieve this, we need greater awareness and greater commitment. Here, parliaments, and especially women MPs, play a crucial role, which is why I welcome today's discussion, as well as our annual meetings, which undoubtedly play a small but significant part in our struggle for equality. Now, dear colleagues, let me tell you a little story. The story of red shoes. Madam Chair reminded me of the story of red shoes. I'm wearing red shoes today. Some of you may have noticed, with high heels. These are the most famous red shoes in Slovenia, and maybe now they will become the most famous red shoes in the world. On the 24th of April, the party that I belong to, it's called Freedom Party, massively won the election. We are for freedom, and Slovenia wanted freedom. I was appointed at the end of May this year, and on the day of my, let's say, inauguration, I wore these red shoes, the ones that I'm wearing today. Someone, a man, of course, maybe even a few men, noticed these red shoes and mentioned on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I don't know, I only use Facebook, that I lack certain things, and I won't even say what these things were. You know, the social media just bursted out. Women all around Slovenia that were using these social platforms were condemning these attacks because of red shoes, my dear. I believed we were beyond that. In Slovenia, at the heart of Europe. And you know what then happened? My colleagues, the MPs, women in the parliament, all wore red shoes for the next session. And we have the highest number of women in the parliament in Slovenia now, 36 out of 90. It's not parity, but we are going there. And another thing happened. All the women in Slovenia were buying red shoes with high heels, or the ones who don't want to wear high heels, they wore just plain red shoes. And the stores ran out of red shoes. You know, yes, internet and high tech not only brings risks, but also opportunities. And the red shoe is now a symbol of resistance, of women resistance against sexism and male chauvinism. And I'm telling you one more thing. These red shoes are going to the museum when I leave my office. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that you told us the story. And I can guarantee we all like to wear red shoes. And we all like to dance, if you remember the last things happening in the internet. So thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Durovic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Chairwoman, Madam Mutanen, dear friends, dear ladies, colleagues, speakers of the Parliament, dear distinguished delegates, friends, guests, all that we are gathered here today. First on the beginning, let's dance like Sana Marin and let's wear shoes, red shoes like our dear Urshka. I think that we need all of us, we need that. It's a pleasure to be here today and to have opportunity to address you on the topics that we have on our second panel today. It's wonderful to, and I'm thanking to IPU and especially to the Parliament of Uzbekistan for hosting us here in this wonderful venue in the wonderful city of Tashkent, and it is really wonderful possibility and chance for all of us to be here and together and to get to know each other better. As much women as we are on the same place, as many as we are, we always need to stay focused and stay strong and stay connected. On the first panel today, we have talked about how women were fighting pandemic crisis, and eventually I think that we have all agreed on that actually women are those who had made our systems, our country systems work in the most challenging and the most stressful time. In the second part of today's work, in the second panel, we are talking about tech-related risks and preserving human rights and gender equality in high-tech world. And that is actually the point that I will be addressing you today. For many decades now, we have lived with technology and tech breakthroughs. Many of them were made by famous women like Grace Hopper, whom we are all proud of. However, for the past 3 years, key tech trends accelerated in all spheres of our life. It was go digital or go dark. Technologies now play a crucial role in keeping our society functional and resilient. They impact how we live, do business, entertain ourselves. It's all about digital payment, teleconferences, telehealth, distance learning. It is all about big data, cloud computing, etc., etc. And there is more: virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence. One famous woman in the tech world, Susan Wojcicki, said, "Life doesn't present you with the perfect opportunity at the perfect time. Opportunities come when you least expect them or when you are not ready for them." This is what happened. Technology is now an integral part of our lives, and even if it's quite overwhelming, now we cannot go back, we cannot go dark. And we shouldn't, because now we are all presented with an opportunity, and instead of focusing on fighting the old, we should focus on building the new. We should now not be rejecting technology. We should learn about it and understand what it means and what it could mean for us in the world we live in. Today, I want to talk about one important piece of the tech world puzzle. That is digital divide. The precondition for life in a high-tech world is a quality internet connection available to everyone and everywhere. It might sound simple, but according to the UN, at the end of 2021, around 2.9 billion people, almost 40% of population, did not have access to internet. In the developed world, internet is used by 90%, in developing countries by 57%, and in the least developed countries by only 27% of population. With so many people with less access to opportunities and resources, it is difficult to talk about an equitable society. With popularization of technology, the digital divide did not disappear. Why? Because there is no infrastructure, because the technology is expensive, or because people don't understand how to use it. Therefore, our efforts should be invested in ensuring internet access, digital infrastructure and equipment, make it more affordable, and providing digital education for everyone. We should bear in mind that the reduction of digital divide is one of the Sustainable Development Goals, and that fight against technological discrimination means one step closer to social and economic equality, reduction of poverty and social exclusion, democracy, and gender equality. When it comes to gender equality in a high-tech world, statistics show that women are 21 to 52% less likely to be online than men. Nearly 2 billion women cannot access the web at all. Digital divide affects more than 50% of women worldwide. They do not use digital technology because of no access to it, of high cost, gender stereotypes, or digital illiteracy. Women make up only 29% of the STEM workforce and are less likely to have an education in tech or in science. A few years ago, the inventor of World Wide Web, Sir Timothy Berners-Lee, warned us about online abuse and discrimination against women and girls, including misogynic attacks online. As he stated, for women and girls, the web just isn't safe enough, and that deprives the world of their voices, ideas, and leadership. Today, especially in the post-pandemic period, we are more than aware
of all the risks, challenges, bullying, sexism, hate speech that women and girls suffer online. If we want to live in the world where technology is empowering and works for all, we need collaboration across governments, parliaments, industry, academy, and social society. We need better policies and legal frameworks, better data infrastructure, more initiatives, and more responsibility. And we need them as soon as possible with no delays and no excuses. Every human being must have opportunity to live in a free and a safe world, online and offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these important points. Now we come to the next speaker. I would like to call on Ms. Mukabagwitsa to give her remarks.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellence, Your Excellency, Madam the President of the Senate of Uzbekistan, allow me to thank you for inviting the Speaker of Parliament of Rwanda and allow also to bring to you and to IEPU team her greetings, as she could not attend due to other conflict agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, I would not go on without thanking the organizing team for the hospitality of this wonderful country. I really appreciate the hospitality shown to me from the time I reached the soil of Uzbekistan. We all know that universal, affordable, and accessible connectivity for all underpins our individual and collective efforts in industrialization, in building the digital economy, in ensuring our youth have access to information that improves their lives and have access to jobs created through the new future of work. And today, we all agree that despite its negative effects, the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated progress towards technological innovation, remote working. We had different progress in this kind as e-learning accelerated, remote working cemented, and investments we had made on digitizing government services bore fruits. We became more connected through social media and chat services. In Rwanda, the impact of COVID-19 on our economy and our citizens' well-being would have been far much less if we had not made investment in digital infrastructure, digital services, connectivity, and digital literacy before the pandemic hit. However, these rapid advances also came at a cost, and we magnified many risks. First, online privacy was shaken. There was increased exposure to possible online violence and harassment. Second, data protection and privacy became a priority. Third, the digital divide grew, especially for women and children. The large disparities in broadband connectivity continue to reinforce and to grow the digital divide globally across our regions and our countries, disproportionately affecting our women and children, and the statistics remain shocking. In Africa, our young people in urban centers are twice as likely to be connected in comparison to their rural-based brothers and sisters. While almost 70% of the world's youth are using the internet, only 20% of Africa's female population is using the internet as compared to 37% of its male population. Young African women are most severely disadvantaged globally where connectivity is concerned. What this means is that young people in Africa are missing out on opportunities to make their lives better through participating in the global digital economy, to access online government services, to access information and jobs that would make their lives and the lives of those that depend on them better, or simply just to communicate better. This is unacceptable. While this is indeed an international issue, I will focus on some of what we have done in Rwanda to mitigate some of the impact of this year. Our policy direction is towards further enabling Rwanda to develop the infrastructure, skills, platforms, and innovation ecosystem to deliver the results envisioned in the Smart Rwanda Master Plan and Vision 2050 strategy. Last year, the Data Protection and Privacy Law was enacted, providing a framework through which we preserve human rights in an increasingly digital world. With the support of World Bank and AIIB, we launched a US $200 million digital accelerator program designed to enable 3.5 million Rwandans to have access to devices as well as digital literacy, including having 75% of Rwanda's citizens having access to a digital ID as one way of improving financial inclusion and easy access to all services. As parliamentarians, we have the responsibility to promote and protect freedoms of our women and girls online through the laws and regulations we pass. Better policies, laws, and regulations will protect our women and children from the risks arising from this rapid digital transformation, while at the same time passing laws that enable us not to be left behind remains a key focus of our work. A good example is the Child Online Protection Policy designed to enable the right environment, tools, capacity building, legislations that protects children while they are online. We engage our citizens in meaningful dialogue so that we can learn what works best for them and then put the necessary environment for these ideas and suggestions to flourish and serve them. These efforts are already bearing fruit. Despite the progress made, the journey ahead remains long and difficult, but with the right partnerships, we will get there. A platform such as this one, the Summit of Women Speakers of Parliaments, and IPU, and others, is a good opportunity to not just share experiences, but to forge meaningful and lasting partnerships that will take all our countries forward in the development journey. And let's all remember the future must be equal. Before I end this presentation, allow me all to invite you and to welcome you in the next month to Kigali for the next session of IPU from October 11 to October 15th, as you know. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your statement and your points. And now the next speaker who is going to take the floor is Ms. Pastor Julian from Spain. Please, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Christine Mutonen, por la excelente moderación de esta mesa, y mi agradecimiento, en primer lugar, al Senado de Uzbekistán, a este maravilloso país, a la Unión Interparlamentaria y a todas mis colegas por este encuentro. Estamos en una mesa donde queremos hablar de los riesgos relacionados con la tecnología para preservar los derechos humanos y la igualdad de género en un mundo altamente tecnificado. Y ciertamente tenemos muchos riesgos. La Agenda 2030 sitúa a las personas en el centro de las políticas del desarrollo y lo quiere hacer de una manera transversal y universal. Y todo ello para erradicar la pobreza, para proteger y promocionar los derechos humanos, con un claro enfoque de defensa de mujeres y niñas y un desarrollo económico sostenible. Y todo ello haciendo posible y apostando por la formación, el capital humano, la transición ecológica y los avances científicos y tecnológicos. Desde Europa, los países de la Unión Europea hemos aprobado y hemos creado un fondo de recuperación como respuesta europea para hacer frente a las consecuencias económicas y sociales de la pandemia y para tener una recuperación sostenible y resiliente, especialmente pensando en las personas más desfavorecidas. Los desafíos que se nos plantean son de todo tipo, son sociodemográficos, son de cambio climático y son de revolución digital y de cambio tecnológico. Los parlamentos debemos dar respuesta con carácter transversal, interterritorial y multidisciplinar a todos estos objetivos, y para ello tenemos que poner en marcha la legislación necesaria. Pero, queridas colegas, en muchos de nuestros países la igualdad real legal entre hombres y mujeres es una realidad, pero sin embargo la igualdad real todavía no existe. Hay desigualdades en todos los ámbitos, hay desigualdades por razón de género. Las mujeres nos hemos visto más expuestas a la pérdida de empleo durante la pandemia, a la incertidumbre sobre el futuro, a más carga de trabajo en el hogar no remunerado. Y todo ello, además, haciendo frente a todas las desigualdades que teníamos previamente. La crisis de la COVID ha ocasionado un elevado impacto de género y nuevos riesgos de retroceso en todos los ámbitos. Por eso es fundamental hoy aquí hablar de todo lo que podamos hacer en los parlamentos para hacer posible que las mujeres accedan a la tecnología. Hay que avanzar en la igualdad de género, el objetivo de desarrollo sostenible número 5, lo que requiere una educación de calidad que llegue a las niñas, una eliminación de las disparidades de género y un acceso igualitario a todo, también fomentando la presencia de mujeres en las áreas STEM, ciencia, tecnología, ingeniería y matemáticas. Solo desde la educación, o fundamentalmente desde la educación, avanzaremos a esa igualdad real a la que todas aspiramos. En el ámbito de la digitalización, la pandemia no solo ha acelerado la transformación digital y tecnológica de nuestras sociedades en todos los ámbitos, empresas, administraciones, sanidad, educación, pero también ha puesto de relieve las inmensas desigualdades que existen en el mundo. Porque para las personas y sociedades que entonces pudieron acceder a la digitalización y a las nuevas tecnologías, los efectos de la pandemia fueron en muchos casos menores. Pero existen 3.600 millones de personas que aún no tienen conexión a Internet para poder trabajar, desarrollar sus negocios, tener educación online, tener una tablet o teleasistencia sanitaria. Por tanto, hoy estamos aquí para hablar de reducir la brecha digital. Para ello, y tal como establecen los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, los parlamentos tenemos que avanzar en apoyar el desarrollo tecnológico que llegue a todos, especialmente a las niñas, la investigación y la innovación como camino para el desarrollo y aumentar el acceso a la tecnología de la información y de las comunicaciones. La brecha digital afecta a las mujeres específicamente en el acceso a las carreras STEM, a la ciencia, a la tecnología, a la ingeniería o a las matemáticas. En mi país, en España, la presencia de la mujer en el sector de las tecnologías apenas ha aumentado casi en 20 años ha pasado del 33 al 37,4 y un 7% del alumnado universitario que estudia una carrera tecnológica, tan solo el 28% son mujeres. Para paliar esa desigualdad, hemos de facilitar el acceso a estas carreras y a la formación en ciencias sin estereotipos que afrontan las niñas de temprana edad y que influyen en la elección de su ámbito de estudio. Y hay que promover las vocaciones científicas. Yo defiendo que es necesario cada vez más mujeres en los parlamentos, porque nosotras influimos decididamente en las leyes y en cómo hacer posible esa igualdad real. En el ámbito profesional, facilitar la incorporación de mujeres en las esferas de decisión, avanzar en la corresponsabilidad en las cargas familiares y también contribuir a que no haya diferencias en el mercado laboral entre hombres y mujeres. Sigue habiendo una brecha ocupacional y también en los salarios. Concluyo ya. Señora moderadora, señoras y señores, estoy aquí y soy la segunda mujer en toda la democracia española que ha ocupado el puesto de presidencia de las Cortes Generales del Congreso de los Diputados, que es un reflejo, sin duda, del camino que ha tomado la sociedad en el mundo. Pero en este foro, y sobre todo porque nosotras podemos cambiar el mundo y no tenemos techo de cristal, tenemos que hacer frente a la transformación de la sociedad. Y la sociedad se transforma y se llega a esa igualdad real entre mujeres y hombres, esa igualdad a través y fundamentalmente de la educación. Y también participando en el mundo de las tecnologías y del desarrollo. Y para ello nosotras tenemos una doble responsabilidad: legislar y, sobre todo, hacer posible que la tecnología no sea una brecha mayor para las mujeres en el mundo, que no sea una brecha mayor para quien menos tiene, que no sea una brecha mayor para las niñas y que las niñas estén verdaderamente representadas en el futuro de nuestros países, en el mundo. Es una tarea inexcusable si queremos alcanzar nuestro objetivo de ser nosotras verdaderamente libres, tener políticas inclusivas, equitativas y, sobre todo, acceder a una sociedad del bienestar en igualdad de condiciones. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I think there were some positive outlooks as well, which is very nice to have, because we, of course, deal with problems a lot. So it is nice and good to have also some positive aspects of the future, and hoping that the young generation will go those ways. I want to welcome now also Madame Dansila Narvaeva. It's nice you could join us again. We know you have a very busy schedule, but we are pleased to have you here with us. Thank you. So there were a few points mentioned that are really very important. We talked about we heard that e-learning was accelerated, has been accelerated, but there is not a just access to internet. So if we look globally, no just access to internet. And when we break down this to women and men, then we see that women have much less access to internet. And of course, the affordability is a very big issue for all the people, but even more for women. So we know laws have to be created and have to be made to make this possible, to change this, but also to protect women and children. We heard about the negative effects. We heard about the red shoes. And if I may ask a personal question, what helped you most to overcome this shitstorm? Because when we look at the figures, many of female politicians are in the situation of having a shitstorm. So what helped you most?
Tough skin, patience, hope, the feeling that I'm maybe not alone, although sometimes I was alone, because I'm an emotional human being and because I'm hurt as everyone else. Of course, it hurt. But then the help of those who love me, who accept me, and women just want to be accepted as they are. You know, this is what we want. We want to be accepted the way we are. Nothing else. Nothing more, nothing less. Just to be who you are. For God's sake, you know, I was like, I thought we were past this, you know. The red shoes? I didn't even think of these shoes when I put them on. But I was really, really happy to see that other women were being supportive and that they actually went to the store, bought the red shoes and wore them. And some even ordered them through the internet. Again, the internet was quite useful because the stores ran out of the red shoes. And then this became a symbol. And because I am not a high heel person, you know, I wasn't a high heel person, I'm a horse person. I wear boots. And I had never thought that my symbol will be a red shoe with a high heel. So time helped me the most. And to just keep reminding myself that I want to do something good for the country that was going not the way I wanted it to go. Slovenia was very affected because of the COVID-19, but not because of the illness, but because of the autocratic tendencies that have risen significantly in my country. And my country was violating human rights, and I'm a legal historian, and I know what this means. I know what atrocities can humanity do to itself when humanity forgets the fights, the blood that was spilt to have what we have today, and that we must protect these rights for everyone, men, women, children, everyone. And just know that these rights were not given to us, but we fought for them. And the women fought for their rights, for equality, for the right to be who they are. And I will keep fighting for this. For women, for children, for those who are less fortunate, and for all other living beings on this planet. We must not forget them, because we are not alone on this planet. And if they are gone, we are gone. So we have a lot to do, because we managed to destroy a lot. So keep fighting for the rights, for dignity, for respect, and just accept people if they don't hurt you, if they just want their freedom and they don't interfere with your freedom. The world is big enough for everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think you came to one point that is very important. It's solidarity. So I think the solidarity among women is very important, even if you are from a different party, even if you are from different areas. I think solidarity helps you to tackle with the problems that women have. I would be very interested, and I think we all are, when COVID
Madam
started.
Chair, can I just say one more thing? Just to tell you one thing, they are extremely uncomfortable though, the red shoes. But I will keep wearing them. Thank you, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
I think, so I told you we are all in a way wearing red shoes. So something I want to ask is the pandemic presented Parliament with the difficult task to hold sessions. How should they hold sessions? And I remember last year there was a lot of discussion what has to be done. So what I would like to know is, was this pandemic maybe a boost for your Parliament for digitalization? And the second question with that is, we talked about education, so we have to educate young people, we have to educate women, but I think we also had to educate the parliamentarians, because not all of parliamentarians used the digital devices. So it would be, I would be very interested here on the panel. What do you think about your parliaments? How did it, what did change in your parliaments? Maybe, is there anything here from the plenum, please?
Gracias. Yo coincido con la reflexión que ha hecho mi colega y creo que es muy importante, ellas lo han hecho a través de los zapatos de tacón rojo y sensibilizando a la sociedad del papel que tiene la mujer y de que la mujer necesita no solo ser visibilizada, sino esa igualdad de derechos que tiene. Pero en materia tecnológica...
Sorry, the translation doesn't work. Can we have the Spanish translation? I'm sorry. There is no possibility.
In this moment. Okay.
They cannot accomplish the Spanish translation. I'm sorry.
After.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Anybody else? Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Mouton. Well, while we fix the translation for my dear fellow colleague from Spain, then I will jump in with some of the comments regarding the topic that you have brought up and how our parliaments actually invented ourselves and how we made our work difficult or less difficult during the pandemics. Of course, the first stage of the pandemics actually brought us all quite high of the restrictions, and most of all, we all have closed up in our own homes and worked from online. Regarding the parliament, very soon we have opened up parliament as a functional one, keeping the distance with all the measures, of course, which are prescribed by the government for all the parliamentarians, with the special, let's say, boxes and physical distances. But another thing that we have implemented is we changed rule of procedures in our parliament, and we have implemented online participation, not online sessions. So I have to say we do not have online sessions, but we do have online participations and voting for those who were COVID positive or were restricted for traveling due to be contacts of the COVID positive people. So that was some of the ways how we officially, through our rule of procedures, try to keep up with the situation that pandemic has stressed on all of us. However, just before the pandemic, we have started the e-Parliament project, which was supposed to be in a testing phase in the period when pandemic started. And it is very interesting that something that was supposed to be quite high support for online system and fighting all the consequences that COVID-19 was bringing. On the other hand, this project of the e-Parliament did not have full support in that period. So we are actually in a post-pandemic period, we are testing the project itself. So sometimes say that we are not all so much ready to bring up and to use technology that we could and that is offered by all. But in support of the red shoes, which I'm quite sure that is going to be the best topic that we have today. And Madam Chairperson, you were mentioning that solidarity. Solidarity is definitely something that should be extremely highly present between all women. And I must say and must remind you all on late Madeleine Albright's saying, there is a special place in hell for women who do not support other women. And we all should think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, of course, women do have different opinions, but in some respects, I think solidarity is needed. And when we look at the questions and the last question, so how can parliaments better promote and protect the rights and freedoms of women? This is the question how parliaments do, and I'm sorry, it doesn't work. I don't think we have a Spanish translation.
It's possible. It's possible.
Is it possible now?
No, it's possible.
Okay.
Okay. Yo creo que los parlamentos
No.
extra late.
There is still no translation.
Los parlamentos tenemos.
No, I'm sorry.
Sí.
No, I just got the message. It's not possible. I'm so sorry. Maybe we can also then give your statement if you want to in a written form. So, yes, please.
About the third question, how can parliaments better promote and protect the rights and freedoms of women and girls online? I think that what we can do is first be aware, raise awareness, learn, teach our children about the behaviors online on the internet, especially important fighting hate speech, not tolerating any hate speech, not only towards women and girls, any kind of hate speech, and especially not tolerating this through the freedom of speech, to the right of freedom of speech. This does not include hate speech, and not tolerating this from our colleagues, MPs, whether it be male or female. Maybe, if it is necessary, criminalizing, and the most importantly, being the role model. Being the role model. Our sessions are transferred via television, and people watch us. You know, they see how we behave, they see what we do, they see what we tolerate. In Slovenia, we have a special problem with Twitter. Some politicians have adopted Twitter as a tool for promoting hate speech, especially towards women, girls. And I think that we shouldn't tolerate this. We have to step together and react. React every time we see this. It is not acceptable. Not in this world and not in this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now open the floor for comments. I will take maximum 5 statements, please. Please.
If there is a translator.
Can you try in English?
No, I just wanted to know, because now we don't have Arabic, French, and Spanish, so just make sure, because somebody told me that it's already okay. It's
Oh,
done.
okay. We try. Is Arabic? Yeah, we try.
نعم هناك ترجمة بالعربية. إن كانت هناك ترجمة فسأتداخل وإن لم يكن فسأترك المجال لغيري.
No.
Okay, شكرا. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't see Uganda. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, our moderator, for the session, and thank you to the speakers who have again given great insights in this topic. I want to thank in a very special way the Honorable Speaker from Slovenia, and to also let you know that you are not alone. So many of us are in your shoes, wearing the red shoes. In Uganda, we had a similar experience, but just slightly different. So this is not just happening to other women, but also to the women who are leaders, who are holding the topmost position. Early this year in February, we had an experience of a similar kind of attack from a male member of parliament to the Honorable Speaker in the House. And if I may borrow in his own words, which he used on Twitter, the tweet was reading, "The utter bunkum emanating from her dishonest lips, which was only intended to mock me down and break me." He continued to say that this is idiocy. The loose cannon in her couldn't contemplate the duty her office owes members, and continued to say that disturbingly, she ejaculated while presiding over a session to condemn torture. How hypocritical. Shame on you. These were words targeted to our Speaker of Parliament from a male member, and not just a male member of Parliament, but a parliamentary commissioner, which is the topmost organ at Parliament, consisting of 7 members, which is the top decision-making body. The way we responded to this was that a member similar to yours, we could not take it. We had solidarity. A member of Parliament quickly moved an issue or a matter of national importance, and the following day was able to move a motion condemning this kind of act and also ensuring zero tolerance. And as it happened in your country, the rest of us, the women members of Parliament, by then our speaker was the deputy speaker, condemned the act, ensuring that an attack on one woman is an attack on all of us, and we could not take it. So when the Committee of Rules, Discipline and Privileges examined it further, we were able to, as a Parliament, to move that motion and remove the commissioner from that high office, because we did not want to continue tolerating this kind of behavior in Parliament. And colleagues, this makes us to know that this is happening in many other spheres, in many other spaces. If we can get this happening to high-level positions of female leaders, it means so many of our leaders out there at the lower level, at the subnational level, and others outside are undergoing all this, and there is critical need for us to be able to address this. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very important to know that we, in a way, are all now and then affected, and that it helps if you can talk it out, speak with others who help you. I also would like to know, when we talk about parliaments and the new digitalization in parliaments, what impact has the online work on women MPs? Was it different than for men? How do you see that in your countries? Was it more difficult for women to use the digital devices? Were they acquainted to it, or were men again in the advantage? So was the digital device also big in your parliaments? Because very often we heard that women are less using the digital devices, and even on the political sphere, it was more difficult for them also to participate in political discussions. Are there any statements? Are there any more statements from the panel? Yes, please.
Thank you. And I will not speak again, I promise. I just have to tell you another story related to also your question. There is another story in Slovenia, and it's called the used prostitutes story. Our ex-prime minister, my dear ladies and gentlemen, wrote on Twitter about two journalists whom, of course, he didn't like because they were being critical, that they were used prostitutes. You know, prostitutes, used prostitutes. Of course, it came out used prostitutes. Both women prosecuted him at court. And it took the court a few years to reach the decision because our ex-prime minister wasn't well, actually, he was not available for the court, although we were watching him on TV, you know, every week. But he didn't get the court letters. But when he finally appeared at court, the judgment was just. He was condemned. He was, he got the punishment. And that was a lesson. And this is what also should we use, the legal remedies that are available. Fight. Maybe it will last a few years, but social media has become so offensive for women, even from these high positions. And it's the end of tolerating this. I hope so, because we are not trash to be labeled used prostitutes and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we try to do now to get the translators, the interpreters here, to have a direct translation for Arabic and Spanish. So we try to fix that because we would like very much to hear your thoughts. I would like to know, Ms. Maharani, do you think that there has been a boost in your parliament in technology and during the pandemic? And I would also like to know, is the digital divide a private or is it a public problem? What do you think? Please.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. First of all, we must fight structural and social barriers which prevent women and girls are from entering and advancing in technology. Education is a game changer that enables women to participate in all fields of life, in politics, economic and social issues. Not only we do need to give basic education, but we need high quality of education. We need women to participate in the development of advanced technology so that we ensure that the development of technology is gender sensitive. And I mentioned in the first session, we need everyone's contribution, including women, if we are to recover together and look to the future. It is also true in the field of technology, women should not only become the user or the consumer of technology, but also we should be able to be the innovator and new technology. Let us also strengthen institutional capacity to adapt with the challenges of technology, increase women leadership in technology, and recognize the voice of women and girls in shaping the technology. Let us ensure that there is adequate financing for advancing gender equality in technology, including prioritizing women's access to digital technology and information and technology. And then the key is solidarity. I agree for that. Women support women is the key for everything, that we can have dignity and also we can support all the women to be strengthened and to more powerful than before. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much. I would like to know, in Rwanda, was there a boost of technology in your parliament, in the parliament itself?
Yeah, of course. In Rwanda, during the pandemic also, we faced, like many others, the lockdowns and social distancing, and for a period of time we could not work physically, and then we started working online, and then we developed the technology so that we can also use that the different kind of online services. Then we could have, for sure, we had also another issue in our constitution. We had to pass through the Supreme Court so that it authorizes that we work out of the building of the Parliament. That's an issue that we have already in our laws that we have to revise in the future. But once it was done by the Supreme Court, then we started working online, and it went well. It developed, like I said in my presentation, some technologies that we still use. We can now have plenary sessions even without really having many restrictions of depending on the way and the circumstances. And mostly the committees, standing committees, are working online. Then that was not even very complicated because
this was new. The committees working online.
Yeah, the committee working online was new, but working on computers was already something that was really common because we no longer use papers in our parliament for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have the interpreters for Spanish with us. So, Madam Pastor Julian, would you give us a new trial, please?
Señora Pastor.
Voy a hablar en la lengua que hablan ya 600 millones de personas en el mundo, que es español.
Men hozir dunyodagi 500 mingdan ortiq insonlar gapiradigan tilda, ispan tilida gapiraman.
En este momento, en el Parlamento en España, durante la pandemia, la utilización de la tecnología está extendida por igual entre hombres y mujeres.
Señor Pastor, por favor, ¿puede hablar más alto? Que no escucho.
Durante la pandemia, la utilización de la tecnología por hombres y mujeres en el Parlamento se hizo de la misma manera.
Demek pandemiya davomida ayollar va erkaklar tomonidan yuqori texnologiyalarning ishlatilishi bizning parlamentda bir xil darajada bo'ldi.
Las sesiones se hacían presenciales, solamente las personas que estaban infectadas por COVID estaban en sus casas y votaban de forma telemática.
Parlamentdagi majlislar offline formatda amalga oshirildi, faqatgina COVID bilan zararlangan insonlargina o'zlarining uylarida bo'ldilar va imkon borida online qatnasha oldilar.
Por lo que trabajamos en el Parlamento es porque los niños de España tuvieran todos acceso desde sus casas por Internet a una educación online, cosa que en algunos lugares, especialmente en el medio rural, donde no hay cobertura 4G, había dificultades. E intentamos por un plan de recuperación que llegara a la enseñanza online también en la universidad y que todos los niños del país tuvieran medios telemáticos para poder trabajar desde sus casas.
Parlamentda biz amalga oshirgan ishlardan asosiysi bu Ispaniyadagi barcha bolalar o'z o'qishlarini onlayn davom ettira olishlari bilan bog'liq bo'ldi. Lekin shuni aytish kerakki, ba'zi hollarda shuncha sa'y-harakatlarga qaramay bolalar va talabalar o'z ta'lim jarayonini virtual maydonda amalga oshira olmadilar. Lekin bizning qilgan ishlarimiz barcha nuqtalardagi o'quvchilar o'z ta'lim jarayonlarini onlayn olib borishlariga yordam berdi.
Por tanto, siempre digo que los parlamentarios somos personas privilegiadas en cierto modo porque nosotros no tenemos dificultades. Lo que tenemos es que legislar para que nuestros compatriotas no tengan o no les afecte la brecha digital, haciéndoles justamente el desarrollo tecnológico más vulnerables todavía y más diferenciados de los que más tienen.
Biz parlament a'zolari boshqa hamyurtlarimiz kabi qiyinchiliklarga ega emasmiz. Shu tarafdan biz o'zimizni juda ko'p yengilliklarga ega deb hisoblaymiz va biz yuqori texnologiyalardan foydalanishga muammoga uchramadik. Lekin shu bilan birga xalqimizning barcha qismlari, barcha guruhlari biz kabi mana shunday yuqori texnologiyalarning imkoniyatlaridan foydalanishi uchun ishladik.
Pero lo que sí ha cambiado en la cultura parlamentaria es que cada vez más las reuniones que teníamos con los ciudadanos, con distintos sectores económicos, sociales, culturales, cada vez más se hacen por vía telemática. Es decir, ha habido un cambio de cultura en el modo de reunirse y de intercambiar opiniones.
Va buning natijasida bizning xalqimiz bilan bo'lgan suhbatlarimiz, uchrashuvlarimiz har safar avvalgilardan foydaliroq va unumliroq bo'lib amalga oshirildi.
Pero pienso que un político como nosotros es muy importante el contacto con los ciudadanos. Creo que la tecnología mejora en muchos casos las relaciones entre las personas, pero sin embargo creo que la relación con tus votantes, con tus compatriotas, no puede sustituir la tecnología al intercambio de las personas.
O'ylamanki, yuqori texnologiyalar va internet odamlar o'rtasidagi munosabatlarni o'rnatishga yordam beradi, lekin sening saylovchilaring yoki sening hamyurtlaring bilan bo'ladigan aloqalar va munosabatlarni, jonli munosabatlarni yuqori texnologiyalar yoki internet orqali olib borilgan muloqot o'rnini bosa olmaydi.
Porque si no acabaremos siendo robots en vez de personas.
¿Puede repetir?
Acabaremos siendo robots en vez de personas.
Agar shunday qilinmasa, biz robotga aylanib odam bo'lmay qolamiz. Ya'ni biz oxir oqibatda robotlarga aylanishimiz mumkin, inson emas.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Katta rahmat.
Thank you very much for your words. Now I have to ask if Arabic is possible. Yes? So please, I'm very glad now, finally, your words, please, your statement.
Since you insist, because I wanted to leave it for tomorrow, because tomorrow also I have a session with you. Anyway, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تحدثتم في هذه الجلسة المتميزة عن كثير من القضايا، عن التكنولوجيا وعن التمييز ضد المرأة والتحرش بالمرأة. وهنا أستطيع أن أذكر أو أود أن أذكر بأن للتكنولوجيا استخدامات شتى، استخدام إيجابي واستخدام سلبي. هل أواصل أو
تترجم؟
هل أواصل؟
لا، ممكن أترجم.
نعم، تفضل.
bugungi yig'ilishimizda biz ko'plab masalalarni ko'rib chiqdik. Texnologiyalarni ishlatilishi va ayollar uchrayotgan zo'ravonlik masalalarini ko'rib chiqdik. Va albatta bu sohada ham bizning davlatimizda ham bir qancha ishlar amalga oshirilgan.
نعم، وهناك كما ذكرت بأن الاستخدام الإيجابي للتكنولوجيا هي التحول السريع للأمور الرقمية التي حدثت، وكان للكوفيد حقيقة جانب إيجابي في الانتقال السريع إلى الاستخدام الإيجابي في اجتماعاتنا وفي جلساتنا وفي التعليم وفي الصحة وفي كثير من الجوانب الحياتية. استخدمنا التكنولوجيا استخداما إيجابي لاستثماره والاستفادة منه. واستخدام سلبي طبعا هي كثير من القضايا التي طرقت وطرحت في هذه الجلسة، وهي سوء استخدام الإعلام، سواء كان الإعلام الحديث أم الإعلام الاعتيادي. عندما يساء استخدامه فبالتالي يجب أن نقف وقفة لكي نضع التشريعات والقوانين لتصويب ذلك.
Texnologiyalarni ishlatish paytida masalasiga to'g'ri to'xtaladigan bo'lsak, Covidni bunda ijobiy ta'siri bo'ldi. Covid bu ta'lim sohasida bizning yig'ilishlarimizni o'tkazishda texnologiyaning rivojlanishiga sabab bo'ldi, yordam berdi deb aytsak bo'ladi. Bu ijobiy taraflari. Shu bilan birga bu yerda salbiy taraflari ham mendan oldingi nutqlarda aytib o'tildi. Bu odamlarni yomon otliqqa chiqarish, odamlarga internet orqali har xil zo'ravonlik hamlalarini uyushtirish kabi sohalarda biz texnologiyani ko'rishimiz mumkin.
أما بالنسبة لموضوع التمييز ضد المرأة، ففي تجربة مملكة البحرين ووددت أن أشارككم إياها هي تجربة إيجابية. فنحن لا نؤمن بوجود تمييز إيجابي أو كوتا، ولكن لدينا يعني مبادرات أخرى. يكفينا فخرا بأن لدينا وزارة مجلس أعلى للمرأة بقيادة سيدة البحرين الأولى الشيخة سبيجة بنت إبراهيم آل خليفة، هي التي احتضنت قضايا المرأة أينما تكون، في المنزل، في العمل، في القرية، في المدينة، في أي مكان تكون موجودة فيه، وانتقلنا من مرحلة التمكين إلى مرحلة التقدم.
Albatta ayollarni ajratish, ularni teng ko'rmaslik borasida Bahraynda ham ba'zi tajribalarga ega. Biz shuni misol qilib keltirishimiz mumkinki, Bahrayndagi birinchi xonim Sheyx Ibrohim xonim janoblari ham alohida muassasa tashkil qilib, bular o'sha ayollarni himoya qilish masalalari bilan shug'ullanishadi.
وأيضا هناك لجان أنشأت من تحت مظلة هذه الاستراتيجية الخاصة بالمرأة، وهي لجان تكافؤ الفرص لمنح النساء الفرصة لكي تكون بكل عدالة وإنصاف تتساوى مع أخيها الرجل في أي مكان كانت وفي كل الوزارات والمؤسسات الخاصة.
Shuningdek bir qancha qo'mitalar bor, ayollar huquqini himoya qilish bilan shug'ullanadi. Ularga bu qo'mitalarning asosiy vazifasi ularga o'sha o'zlarining birodarlari erkaklar bilan jamiyatning turli sohalarida o'z imkoniyatlarini namoyon qilish va ular bir xil o'rin egallashi, buni vazirliklarda har xil tashkilotlarda ko'rishimiz mumkin.
نعم، وبالنسبة للموضوع الأخير وهو التحرش التي طرحته يعني أتعاطف جدا مع ما طرح. أقول من القرآن الكريم، من كتابنا القيم، يذكر سبحانه بأن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. صدق الله العظيم. بمعنى يجب أن نحن النسوة نضع أيدينا بأيدي بعض ونكون بالقوة اللازمة لكي لا يستطيع أيا كان، لا نقول تحرش نوع معين، إنما بأي أنواع التنمر لا يستطيعون. عندما يجدوننا نحن أقوياء نتحدث في القضايا الهامة، نطرح القضايا المهمة بغض النظر عن الجنس. فنحن أيضا في مملكة البحرين تجاوزنا الجندر الاجتماعي، تجاوزنا النوع الاجتماعي، ونتحدث عن المساواة بين الجنسين، ونتعامل في هذا الأمر بكل حرفية دون أن نلتفت أو نقف عند بعض الأقلية المتحرشين بأي نوع من أنواع التحرش.
zo'ravonlik, ya'ni jinsiy tegajonlik ma'nosida masalasiga keladigan bo'lsak, men Qur'oni Karimdan misol keltirmoqchiman. Biror qavm o'zini o'zgartirmaguncha u qavmni Alloh o'zgartirmaydi degan oyat ma'nosidagi oyat bor. Shundan kelib chiqqan holda biz jamiyatda ayollarni o'zimizni kuchli qilishga tarafga o'zimizni o'zgartirishimiz kerak. Albatta bizda Bahraynda ham ijtimoiy tenglik, gender tenglik masalalari hozir ko'rilyapti va biz ayollarni bundan ham kuchli bo'lish yo'lida ish olib boryapmiz.
سنضع
أيدينا في أيدي بعض سويا لكي نعمل سويا على تغيير الصورة النمطية ليس فقط في مجالسنا وفي برلماناتنا إنما في الإعلام وفي الحياة اليومية وفي التعليم وفي المناهج الدراسية حتى يتم التغيير الحقيقي. يكفينا سنوات طويلة منذ جداتنا وأمهاتنا ونحن اليوم نعيد ونكرر ذات القضايا الخاصة بالنساء. اليوم يجب أن ننتقل كما ذكرت ونحن في تجربتنا في مملكة البحرين انتقلنا من مرحلة التمكين إلى التقدم، لا يجب أن نتحدث امرأة أو رجل، يجب أن نتحدث عن مواطن كفء يستطيع أن يقدم للمجتمع المزيد. وكل الشكر.
Endi qo'limizga berib birga ishlashimiz kerak bo'ladi. Barcha jabhalarda, ommaviy axborot vositalarida, ta'limda, sog'liqni saqlashda birgalikda ishlab ayollarning haqiqiy o'rnini biz belgilab berishimiz kerak. Toki zamonlar o'tib bir xil mavzularni qayta ko'rib chiqmasligimiz uchun. Yana Bahraynni tajribasiga qaytadigan bo'lsak, biz bu sohada ancha rivojlanish bosqichiga o'tdik va ayollar o'zini erkak birodarlari bilan birga teng o'rinlarni egallab kelishmoqda. Rahmat sizga, minnatdorchilik bildiraman.
Thank you very much for sharing this with us. I'm very pleased that we had now the possibility to hear your insights and your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear women speakers, thank you a lot participating in this second session, discussing this important and very complex issue, sharing needs, sharing best practices. I think this is a very important, so we can in an informal way, maybe in the evening, keep on exchanging, but also tomorrow when we start at 9:30 for the special segment. But now I will give the floor to Ms. Dansila Narbaeva, the chair of our summit, who made this summit possible. Please, the floor is yours.
Katta rahmat Mutanen xonim, Kristin. Judayam ajoyib boshqarganingiz uchun birinchi navbatda mana ikkita sessiyani juda ham chiroyli boshqardingiz. Hamma tomonlama keng qamrovli, sizni avvalgi mana tajribangiz, katta siyosatchi ekanligingiz, xotin-qizlar masalalariga juda katta bir e'tibor bilan qarashingiz, ayniqsa bunda parlamentlar roli qanday bo'lish kerakligi to'g'risidagi aniq tasavvuringiz bo'lganligi tufayli siz juda ham ajoyib boshqardingiz. Shuning uchun hamma ishtirokchilar nomidan sizga katta minnatdorlik bildiraman. Aziz hamkasblar, bugun mana tadbirimiz tashkiliy qo'mitasi tomonidan sammitning yakuniy hujjati Tashkent deklaratsiyasi barcha delegatsiyalarga tarqatildi. Deklaratsiya matnini muvozanatli shaklda ishlab chiqishga harakat qildik. Barcha spikerlardan mana shu hujjatni ko'rib chiqishlarini iltimos qilamiz hamda mumkin bo'lgan agar o'zingiz tajribangizdan kelib chiqib, bilimlaringiz, salohiyatlaringizdan kelib chiqib unga tahririy o'zgartirishlar kiritadigan bo'lsangiz, biz sizlarning takliflaringizni kutib qolamiz. Deklaratsiya muhokamasi ertaga bo'lib o'tadigan yopiq majlisda, sessiyamizda ko'rib chiqiladi. Umid qilaman, ertagi tadbirimizda ushbu hujjatni biz albatta sizlar bilan qabul qilamiz. Ishonchim komil, mana shu qabul qilinadigan deklaratsiya barqarorlik va rivojlanish yo'lidagi xavf-xatarlarga barham berish, bu jarayonda parlamentlar o'rnini yanada kuchaytirishga hamda o'zaro hamkorligimizni yana ham yaqinroq bir jadallashtirishga xizmat qiladi degan niyatdaman. Hujjatni tayyorlashda bizga juda ham katta yordam bergan parlamentlar aro ittifoq kotibiyatiga hammamizni nomimizdan minnatdorlik bildiraman. Endi bu deklaratsiya to'g'risida, Toshkent deklaratsiyasi to'g'risida aytmoqchi bo'lgan gapim edi. Agar Kristin Mutonen xonim bugungi ishimizni yakunlashimiz kerak deb lozim topgan bo'lsalar, unda biz bugungi muhokamani yakunlaymiz va barcha spikerlarga, ham birinchi sessiyadagi, ham ikkinchi sessiyadagi barcha spiker hamkasblarimizga katta minnatdorlik bildiramiz. Spikerlardan tashqari joylardan so'z olib, o'zlarini tajribalari bilan o'rtoqlashgan barcha parlament a'zolariga, bizning hamkasblarimizga ham katta minnatdorlik faol ishtiroklari uchun bildiramiz. Men aytmoqchimanki, mana barcha ishtirokchilar uchun men bugun endi birinchi kun uchun juda ko'p ishladinglar. Kecha hammalaringiz yo'ldan kelgansiz, charchagansiz. Shuning uchun mana bugun soat 19:00 da O'zbekiston Oliy Majlisi nomidan rasmiy qabul tashkil qilganmiz. Ozgina vaqtingiz bo'ladi dam olishga. Shuning uchun soat 19:00 da men rasmiy qabul, ya'ni kechki ziyofatga sizlarni hammalaringizni kutib qolishimizni aytaman. Sizni intiqlik bilan mana shu tadbirimizda kutamiz. Shuningdek, yana bir narsani e'lon qilmoqchi edimki, ertaga bizda gender masalalari faol parlamentlarning maxsus segmenti o'tkaziladi. Bitta mavzuyimiz barqarorlik va taraqqiyotni ta'minlashni maqsad qilgan parlamentlar mavzusida maxsus segment ertaga tashkil qilinadi. Ishimizni 9:30 da boshlaymiz. Shuning uchun mana shu e'lonlar sizlarning e'tiboringiz uchun edi. Sizlar bilan kechki ziyofatda uchrashguncha hammalaringiz bilan xayrlashamiz. Sog' bo'linglar. Rahmat e'tiboringiz uchun.